Morning, Commissioner, Council, Dr. Uzrowski. I'd like to proceed first with the weekly land acknowledgement. I'd like to open this week of hearing by acknowledging that the City of Hamilton is situated upon the traditional territories of the neutral Huron-Wendat, Haudenosaunee, and Mississaugas. This land is covered by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt Covenant, which was an agreement between the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe to share and care for the resources around the Great Lakes. We further acknowledge that the land on which Hamilton sits is covered by the Between the Lakes Purchase 1792 between the Crown and the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. Many of the council appearing on this hearing today are in Toronto, which is on the traditional land of the Huron-Wendat, the Seneca, and most recently, the Mississaugas of the Credit River. Today, this meeting place is still the home to many Indigenous people from across Turtle Island, and we are grateful to have the opportunity to work on this land. We just remind Dr. Uzrowski that he remains under oath at this time. Now, when we left off on Thursday, we had previously talked, Dr. Uzrowski, about your communications in May 2016 with Leonard Taylor at Tradewind. And specifically, there was a note of yours dated May 26th, 2016, which stated just Hamilton, Leonard Taylor. Do you recall that discussion?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And then you also indicated that there was another note on that date, May 26, 2016, which stated Hamilton. And I advised everyone that there wasn't any note in the productions that we were aware of. And then afterwards, Counsel for Golder produced a couple of pages from your notebooks containing both those notes from May 26, the second of which I understand was inadvertently overlooked. And so, Registrar, if we could go to, it should be a 3-page PDF, what I believe was sent to you on Friday with note pages in it, titled May 26, 2016, Dr. Uzrowski notes. Yes, and if you could go to the second image, please. And I think this was the note that we had in front of us that you referred to last week. Is that right? The May 26, 2016, referring to Hamilton, Leonard Taylor?
Correct.
Okay, and if you go to the third image, Registrar. And this has an indication of Hamilton. And is that from the same day?
Yes, it is.
All right. And is that what you were referring to in your evidence last week?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and do you recall what it refers to?
I think in the previous note what it showed, it was number 11, Hamilton Leonard Taylor. So it was on my list of things to do, and this one is without number. So, you know, I think I talked to Leonard Taylor, and then just took a note Hamilton. So I talked to him, and I passed the results of this conversation to Hamilton.
And the result of that conversation was what that you passed on, and to whom?
That was Mr. Gary Moore. It was just basically the same as there's no clear correlation between the two methods of friction testing.
And Registrar, if we could make that an exhibit, and Commissioner, I believe it would be number 82.
Noted, Council. Thank you.
Okay. Now, jumping forward, if we could take that down and go to overview document 8, image 62. We had left off in December of 2017. And communications about the PSV testing and getting the results and getting it off to Ireland and so forth. On January, if we look at this page beginning at 165, on January 22nd, 2018, you received an email from David Hine at Applied Research Associates, also known as ARA, with the subject line, Red Hill Valley Friction Problem. And he wrote, next time you need friction testing on RHVP, let me know. We have an ASTM brake force trailer in the Toronto area every year to do testing. Pod in place recycling technology, quotes new, close quotes, not even remotely as Warren / Tysai was doing HIP in Ontario in the 80s, almost 40 years ago. And then you replied in paragraph 66, thanks for letting me know. If I need it, I will let you know. I agree, HIP is not new. Who says it is new? I was involved in it while working for Jagle. In the 90s, Ontario gave up on it and Krupe sent the last HIP train to the US. The technology has improved, significantly improved since then. And so there's nothing that indicates in Mr. Hines' initial email indicating why he sent it. Do you recall any discussions with him that prompted his email on January 22nd, 2018?
No, I don't. I think it was only email exchange.
Okay, so that the email from him was your first contact with him on this topic?
On this topic at that time, yes.
Right. Okay, you know Mr. Hine professionally? You knew him before this?
I know him very well. We worked together for John and Mary Geotechnica, and then we met at conferences and talked. Yes.
Okay. So do you know where this email initiated by email exchange initiated by Mr. Hine, where that came from? Why he emailed you about this?
No, I don't. I can only speculate that he must have talked to the city. No, I don't.
You don't know that, but you assume that that's the case since you hadn't told him about this. Is that fair?
That's correct. It's fair.
Okay. And his title is Red Hill Valley Friction Problem. Had you had any discussions with him about a friction problem on the Red Hill?
No, I didn't.
Okay. And was Mr. Hine and ARA working for the city at the time in 2018? Do you know?
No, I didn't. I assume he did, but I was not aware.
Okay. And then Mr. Hine replied to you that afternoon. This is in paragraph 167, enclosing a link to an article in the Spectator dated January 15th, 2018, titled Scratching the Surface for Answers on Red Hill Paving. And then he says, here is the link to the article. Not very well written. And then if you take that down, Registrar, please. And then you replied in 168, thanks, Dave, I haven't seen it. And were you aware of you said you weren't, you had not read it at that point, that article?
No, I wasn't aware of it.
Okay, it sounds like he says here is the link to an article. It's the article. It sounds like you had some discussion with him. Because he says here's the link to the article.
No, I didn't, but this is the way that typically Dave Hine communicates. His sentences are always very short. So.
Okay. And then if we could go to the next page, Registrar, the article itself is excerpted at that in the next page. But in the fifth last paragraph on the first of the two pages, there's a reference to fatal collision, referring to their daughter and stepdaughter, Jordan Hastings, died in a crossover crash on the Parkway on May 5th, 2015, alongside her best friend, Olivia Smozarski. Both girls were 19. At that time, were you aware of those fatalities before reading this article?
No, I wasn't.
Or of any others on the Red Hill?
No, I was not.
Okay. Go to image 66, Registrar. And at paragraph 181, it's an indication that you received an indication from Mr. Ward that the PSV, and this was 45, and that the report from the lab in Ireland would follow shortly. And then he emailed the report to you approximately 20 minutes later. And so you received the results. Do you recall what your reaction was at the time to those results?
My reaction, I thought it was probably lower than I anticipated. And then I was looking for, how to classify this thing. And I found that basically it was average or medium.
Okay. And when you say you were looking for how to classify it, what do you mean? Do you mean you looked at some source materials?
Yeah, I look at, some technical papers. I know that I found a old paper written by Dr. John Emery, where he compared different aggregates, I think limestone, trap rock, and steel slag. And, he classified this value of 45 as medium.
Okay, and is that what you did at the time when you received it, or very shortly after, or is that something you did at a later date?
I don't remember exactly on what day, because I think it was between the time that I received it and between the date of the meeting with the city of Hamilton, when I reported that was medium.
Okay. And okay, we'll come back to that article later. That's also that article is referenced finally in your February 28, 2019 pavement evaluation report. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. But you said that you thought it was the results were lower than you were expecting?
Yeah, because I knew that this aggregate was on the DSM list.
Yeah.
So, but it is what it is. So, my point was then what to do with it.
Right. And did you have a view of the implications at that time?
It was probably somewhere around, let's say, between this day and the meeting that I was thinking of what to do with the aggregate if it was used for hot in place recycling. So in my opinion, 45 would not be sufficient.
Right. Okay. And then I understand that you attended a meeting with the city on February 23rd, 2018. At which you gave a presentation relating to, again, new asphalt specifications for the city. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And if we could go to image 67, the next page. And paragraphs 186 to 187. That on February 21st, Mr. Moore sent a calendar invitation to you and Claudia Leon for a meeting on February 23rd. And that was scheduled prior to a presentation you were giving to the city that same day to discuss new asphalt specifications. And then you emailed Mr. Moore on February 22nd requesting a meeting that day to discuss RHVP and other aspects. And then the meeting was arranged. So do you recall, were there two different meetings on February 23rd? Or presentation and then a meeting?
No, I think it was only that, let's say, or meeting or whatever. When I gave the presentation to the audience, and that was only one. And then we, after that, there was a group of engineers or people that left, and we talk about hot in place recycling and other aspects. No, I don't recall other.
Sorry, you don't recall what?
I don't recall other meeting. I think it was the only one.
Okay, it's sort of a continuation of you did your presentation and then there was a continuation of it?
Yes, yes.
I think later Mr. Beck refers to it as a side meeting.
Yeah, like sort of, side meeting. So the majority of the people that attended my presentation left, and there was a group of people, small group of people that Mike called, Mr. Beck called side meeting.
Okay, and do you recall who was at? We'll just call it the side meeting or the second meeting. It doesn't really matter. Do you recall who was there?
It's possible that there were more people than I remember, but I think who was there? Definitely Mr. Mike Beck, Marco Odi, Tyler Renard, myself. So I know these four were definitely there. It's possible that there were maybe one or two more people, but I'm positive there were at least these four of us.
Okay. And what about Mr. Moore? You had been communicating with him about the presentation. Do you recall if he remained for the side meeting?
No, he didn't.
He left with everyone else?
He left with the whatever crowd or whatever.
Okay. And so then what was the topic of this meeting?
Of the side meeting.
The side meeting, yeah.
Yeah, so it was basically just, like a conversation about the concerns like the opinions about using hot in place recycling on the Red Hill Valley Parkway. And I think at the end I also said about express my or provided my recommendations for doing shot blasting or blasting or skid abrading. I don't remember exactly what I said to improve friction.
All right. And so first on the discussion about the hot in place recycling and opinions about it, what were the opinions that were expressed?
They were concerned. Particularly, I think Mr. Tyler Renard, because he was more like, asphalt mix person. He was the quality control, so he expressed his concerns. I expressed mine. Overall, there was significant concern about using hot in place recycling on this high speed main road of the city.
Okay, what was the concern that you expressed, and then what was the concern that Mr. Renault expressed?
So that there was, it's like hot in place recycling of SMA. SMA, I don't know whether on that day I said about the specification. I know later on I stated that municipal and provincial specification did not. I don't remember that day, but it was a concern. And hot in place recycling of SMA mix that has upgraded gradation and very high asphalt cement content and has fiber. Hot in place recycling this mix and converting it to a dense graded mix, that would be a significant challenge, from that technical point of view.
And sorry, was that this what you expressed or what Mr. Renault expressed?
I think we agreed both with them. Like, I said, and he agreed, he confirmed my concerns. He understood the SMA mix characteristics, what it was. So like I think I would probably the first one said, but he agreed with me, and he shared my concerns from the technical point of view.
Okay, and I think you said that you weren't sure if it was at this or a later meeting, and you referred to the OPSS documents. Are you talking about the MTO and the municipal OPSS documents excluding SMA from hot in place recycling?
Yes.
Okay, but you're not, am I correct? You're not sure if that was something that was discussed at this meeting in particular?
No, I'm not sure. I know later on I use it, but at that meeting I'm not sure.
Okay. And what about the polished stone value results? Because you had just said that after getting some point between the receiving the results and the later meeting, that you thought that those results were too low for hot in place recycling. Is that something you discussed at this meeting?
I don't recall.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
All right. And then you said that you provided your recommendations, and you said you weren't sure exactly what it was, but can you come back to that and tell me what you think you said and what the reaction was?
I don't remember exactly what I said, but it was shortly after that meeting that I received from Dave Hine, so I knew about the article and fatalities. So I just said that it I think like I recommended using shot blasting as a quick and simple alternative of friction improvement on the Red Hill Valley Parkway.
Did you mean in concert with or after hot in place recycling, or do you mean in the interim prior to the pavement rehabilitation taking place?
Oh, no, definitely prior to, not
okay. Okay. And do you recall what if any reaction there was to your suggestion?
I think this is probably the first time that I was informed that the city couldn't do it, because that would confirm that there was a problem with the Red Hill Valley Parkway, and the public would blame the city. I think that was the first time that I heard this.
Okay, and do you recall who said that?
I think it was Mr. Marco Odi. I know that over 3 meetings, I think he said this thing 3 times to me, and once Mr. Beck confirmed, but I think at that meeting was probably Mr. Odi.
Okay, and to make sure I understand that what you believe was Mr. Odi said that the city could not take measures to improve the friction because it would confirm there was a problem on the Red Hill Valley Parkway, and the public would, was it blame the city? Is that what
yes,
it was?
Would blame. I don't remember the word exactly, but the sense was like this: if we do anything that would confirm that there was a problem, the city would be blamed for this by the public.
Do you recall anything else from that meeting?
No, I don't. No, I don't. I thought it was important, the discussion, but no, I don't remember anything else. No.
And we could move to images 69 and 70, Registrar. And so in paragraph 192 on image 69, on February 28th, 2018, Mr. Beck circulated a calendar invitation for a meeting that ultimately took place on March 9, 2018, with the subject line meeting to discuss rehab strategy for RHVP-2019. And in paragraph 192, the requested attendees are listed, which include Mr. Odie, Dennis Peruzin, Mr. Andoga, Ms. Jacob, you, Mr. Leon, Mr. Vala, and Mr. Renault. And he indicates, further to the presentation on Friday, thanks, Ludimir, we had a side discussion afterwards regarding hot in place on the RHVP. It sounds like there will be some challenges with this approach that we need to discuss moving forward. And then he asks for availability. And then you respond in 193. And if you could pull that up, Registrar. Thank you. And first, you indicate that you, as discussed and requested after Friday's presentation, I contacted Pat Wiley, the president of EcoPave Asphalt Recycling Inc. Pat does a lot of HIR in BC and will likely be doing some HIR for MTO in Thunder Bay area this year. Pat has never done HIR recycling of SMA and thinks this is perhaps not feasible. He has referenced the MTO guidelines that do not allow HIR of SMA. I have included below the statement from the MTO June 2015 guidelines on HIR for your information. And then is that next paragraph and the one after that, are those are taken from the MTO guidelines? Do I understand that correctly?
Yes, yes, they are.
Okay. And so what was your prior discussion with Mr. Wiley that you refer to?
So, I knew Pat Wiley, my intention was to talk to him about using recycling SMA, this particular mix on the Red Hill Valley Parkway. And he was, because that was, as we shared the concerns during this previous additional conversation, additional meeting or side meeting. So I wanted to know his opinion because he has a lot of experience. So I wanted to know his opinion about this.
I see. Okay. And if you could take that down, Registrar, and just go back one image to 191. Sorry, to paragraph 191. Image 68. Thank you. And there I just see that on the same day prior to that, you had emailed Mr. Wiley asking him about this issue. And did you have a telephone conversation with him following that?
Excuse me. I think I also had a telephone conversation. I sent an email, but I think it's very likely that I also had a telephone conversation. I had a few of them. When exactly, I don't know, but I think it's likely I did.
Yeah, just because you emailed them asking a question about it, but then we don't have anything that same day. And when you are then responding, speaking of, and then you're talking about having contacted Mr. Wiley. So that's why.
Yes, I think I did. I thought. Okay.
And in your email reply that we just had taken you to, responding to the invitation, did that express your reservations about using HAR on the SMA at that time?
You mean in item 191?
No, in 193, the one that we had just discussed when you emailed back to the city.
Yes, so that was that was my concern based on my discussion with Pat Wiley.
Right, specific to Mr. Wiley?
Yes.
Okay.
I think I talk to him on the phone. Sorry, because I remember that he told me he didn't like the idea of doing recycling of SMA on main highway. So that must have been, if it that probably he told me this. So it was on top of this email exchange.
And then do you recall the meeting at the city's offices on March 9, 2018?
Yes, I do.
Right. And we're gonna have to jump around a little bit, but there's a couple of sets of notes that I want to ask you about first. And if we could go registrar to which page it's at. It's paragraph 204 and 206. Sorry, I don't have the images. Yeah, so if you could, 72. And keep up 72 for now. And then also, paragraph 76. Thank you, which is paragraph 206. So there's two sets of notes. And the first one in paragraph 204 is undated. And then the second set is at paragraph 206 on the right-hand image there, which is dated March 9, 2018. Do you recall when you took these notes?
Yes, I do.
Okay, when was that?
So first I prepared the notes under item 206, because that was my preparation for the meeting. But then I realized that I needed some additional preparation, additional information to prepare myself for the meeting. So I wrote that the one that is shown under item 204. So
I see. Did you also write those on the one on in paragraph 206? Were those also written prior to the meeting?
Yes, both of them were written prior to the meeting. Yes.
Okay. And both individually and collectively, it's quite lengthy. What was your reason for preparing such detailed notes?
I knew that I had to deliver a difficult message to the city that at that time I considered hot in place recycling of SMA as not feasible. So I had to be well prepared for delivering such message.
All right. And why was that a difficult message at that point to deliver?
Difficult because the city, Mr. Moore, were very keen on doing hot in place recycling of SMA on the Red Hill Valley Parkway. He considered this as feasible and a very good alternative. But I had to say that it was not feasible. I had to express my concerns.
And do you recall who was at the meeting?
Well, there was a group of people. Definitely. I think you probably have but definitely. Mr. Gary Moore, Mr. Mike Beck, Mr. Marco Odi, Susan Jacobs, David Perusi, likely Rick Andoga. No, I'm not sure Rick Andoga. I think likely Rick Andoga. So there was a relatively big group of technical people from the city. I think they were from engineering services.
And do you recall if Rich Shabib was there?
I think he was, but I'm not sure.
Or Sarath Vala?
I think again, like it is possible, but I know those people that I mentioned very well. I know that, yeah, probably there were a few more people.
Okay, you don't have a specific recollection of them being there, but they might have been?
Yes, yes, correct.
And what did you bring with you to the meeting?
I brought with me of course, my notes, this one, and my additional preparation notes, and the results of the testing. So I brought the results of PSV, just a single, one-page report from Mr. James Ward, and the results of BPT testing and macro tertiary testing using SandPatch.
All right, and there's those materials that you just mentioned are attached at the end of your undated notes. Are those the materials that you're talking about?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. If we could register, take down the image on the left just for a moment, and if we could go to GOL 7414. These are just the handwritten undated notes, and it's image 78. And so your notes continue above this, and then we've got this one page that has BPN. It says, is that the British pendulum test results that you were speaking of?
Yes, they are.
And that's what you brought those to the meeting?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And then go to the next image, please, Registrar. These are additional notes which are in the OD, the overview document, and then the next image, 80, is James Fisher Testing Services Ireland Ltd. Are these the PSV results?
Yes, that's it.
And you see at the bottom, corrected polished known value of 45, that you brought this to the meeting?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And the next image, please, Registrar. And then this is table 1, measured texture depth, MTD, and RHVP. So this is the results of the sand patch tests?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And that as well you brought to the meeting with you, with your notes?
Yes, I brought the 3 of them with me.
Okay. If you could then take the left one down and put back up the prior image register at paragraph 204, which is page 72. Thank you. Okay. And how would you describe the tone of the meeting overall?
Initially at the beginning, that was just normal. I had to deliver, make sure that I would deliver what was in my agenda. So initially it was just normal. I was presenting the results. It changed a little bit. It changed later on.
And at what point did it change? We'll talk about the substance of it, but just in terms of the tone, at what point did the tone of the meeting change?
Oh, when I expressed my opinion that the hot in place recycling of SMA on the Red Hill Valley Parkway was not feasible.
Okay. All right, so maybe we'll come back to that then. What did you do first at the meeting?
Well, first, so I had to follow my agenda. My main purpose was to make sure that I would deliver what I prepared for. Yes, so
and just before you go on, would it be better if we would? What's most helpful for your notes? It'd be better if we have your undated notes up, those complete notes on 2 images. Would that be the best way to proceed?
I think probably, I definitely started with undated.
Okay. All right. So maybe we can pull up 72 and 73 then, please register for now. If you want to look at the other notes, please let me know. Okay, sorry. So you think you followed your agenda. So what was the first thing that you presented?
So I had to present, first step, present the results of the testing. So I said that I brought a hard copy, but I didn't distribute. So I only said that, the texture was okay. I probably said that the average was 1.25 millimeters, which is good. And then I talked about BPN.
British pendulum.
British pendulum number. And I said that they were very variable. And the average was 39.4, but they range from 21 to 62. And I stated that because of weather conditions, I considered them unreliable. Then I talk about just.
Sorry, did you describe what the weather conditions were that rendered the results unreliable?
I think so. I said that the temperature was below zero and there was some light snowfall. This is what I think I said. Number 3, I said that the results of Trainwind Scientific were the average was 35 and the average was 35 and 38, but they were variable. And then I said that the MTO results in 2007 were good for a new SMA. And I see I made an error here because it should be 33.8 and 33.9. I said 34.97. It should be 33.8 because I prepared the notes quickly. So, and but have low values under structure. And then I talk about PSV of 45, which was considered for trap rock as medium. Then I said that typical limestone would have lower value, 30 to 42, and the trap rock with values of 50 or higher would be considered to be a good trap rock. And dolomiting stone, in my opinion, was the best aggregate would probably have 55 or higher. And I said that based on this, the conclusion was that it was somewhat risky to reuse this material with this PSV in hot in place recycling of SMA on the Red Hill Valley Parkway.
Okay, so if we could go back to a few of those things before we move on. My first question is about the British pendulum results. If I understood your evidence correctly from Thursday, that the British pendulum testing was informational, I think is the way you described it, and that the friction testing had been requested by Mr. Moore as opposed to being you proposing it for evaluating hot in place recycling. Did I get that correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so why then is that something that you're bringing up at this meeting?
Because Mr. Moore asked about the results, so I wanted to present them.
Okay. And the sand patch testing, I think you had also said that was informational on the same basis as the British pendulum testing. Is that, again, bringing it up for the same reason, that the testing had been requested by Mr. Moore and he wanted to know the results?
Yes.
Okay. And the polished stone value results, you indicated that as you did previously, that the medium, but specifically it's medium for a trap rock, right?
Yeah, I use this term medium because this is what I found in that technical paper by Dr. Emery. Right. So this is what I used 45. His opinion that was the medium value. Yes, not only for trap rock, just for aggregates.
Okay, and you do mention 50 there. Trap rock with 50 is V good. I take that as being very good, but 50 is also, that's the level as we discussed for the DSM approval by the MTO, right?
Correct.
Okay, and is that something that you discussed? I don't see that referenced here.
No, at that meeting? Yeah. No, I just stated that trap rock with 50 would be good.
Okay. Would that not be a relevant number or standard to know that the MTO requires that for its aggregates?
I think I likely stated they said that later on, but I don't have this thing in the records.
Okay. And then in item 3, as you mentioned, the SN from Tradewind Scientific. Now, did you specifically discuss and use the name Tradewind in this meeting?
I don't know whether I can say discuss, but I presented, like I said, okay, Tradewind Scientific did the testing, and these are the values.
Okay, so you did use the name Tradewind Scientific, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
All right. And at the time, were you aware that the Golder report and Tradewind report had not been shared internally by Mr. Moore?
No, I didn't know. No, I didn't know.
And so we see what your notes are there. Do you recall any other detail that you said with respect to the Tradewind report and results other than as disclosed in your notes?
No, I just presented the results. Nobody asked me about this. Nobody asked me about this. So I just presented this at the numbers of Tradewind Scientific, and there was no question. No.
Okay. And did you mention the Golder report in the course of the meeting? And by that, of course, I mean the draft report to which you appended the Tradewind report.
No, I don't recall. I thought, honestly, I think I thought that everybody knew about this. I mentioned Tradewind Scientific. Nobody asked me, so my impression that everybody knew about this.
Okay.
Maybe not everybody, but people knew about it.
Okay. And in point 6, as you indicated, you said conclusions somewhat risky to reuse in the surface course. And are those the exact words that you used?
I'm not sure whether these are the exact words, but these were my preparation notes. So this is the message that I had to convey to the city.
And that was in respect of the HAIR, and I think as you mentioned, including with the PSV results that you described.
Yes, correct.
All right. And then right below that, it says Gary-results inconclusive. So is that a note that you wrote prior to the meeting?
No, there was a space there, and that was my comment that I wrote during the meeting.
Okay. And so what does that reflect? Is that something that Mr. Moore said?
Yes. Mr. Moore said that the results were inconclusive.
Which results was he referring to?
I think that was a general statement after I presented these items that, the results were inconclusive.
Right, if I might note, Commissioner, I'm just wondering, since we're getting to a question of what's added on the day versus what's done in preparation, whether it would be helpful to look at the original?
Sure.
So
I think that's a good suggestion, so we can,
yeah.
It's-
So if you could take down the image on the
Space.
left registrar and go to, it's the one that I had up before, Golder GOL 7414. I think it's image 76, I think, might be 77. Yes. Right, and so on the left, on there, we have, if you could call up A down to the, just above B, where it says Gary, results inconclusive. Okay, and see, we see conclusion at the bottom, risky to reuse it in the surface course, and then below that, Gary dash results inconclusive. That's the thing. So if I understand you correctly, you're saying that the Gary results inconclusive you wrote in during the meeting, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and how can you, is that something you recall doing, or do you actually, can you tell that from your note itself?
No, it's in the notes. I also recall it.
Okay. You can take down that call out. And if we could go back to image 72 in the overview document. Okay. And so with respect to the results being inconclusive, you said you thought that that was a general comment from Mr. Moore. And inconclusive in respect of how they applied to HIR or in some other respect?
It was like he said that the results were inconclusive. So I think the objective of the meeting was HIR, hot in place recycling. So, but you know, he wasn't specific why.
All right. And was there any discussion about the MTO restrictions on HIR with SMA?
I don't see this thing in my notes, but I think they were. I would have also then looked at other, because I think that I brought this thing to their attention that it's not only MTO, because MTO is the OPSS provincial specification, but also OPSS municipal. Actually, it was identical, that didn't allow hot in place recycling of SMA.
Okay. Then there's after the first 6 points in your undated notes, then there's letters B, C, D, and then options and so forth below them. So was there a reaction before you got onto those topics, or did you continue presenting?
You know, my purpose, it was to deliver the agenda. It was to deliver what I had in my notes. So whatever the atmosphere discussion was, I had to follow what I had in my notes. My objective was to deliver this. So yeah, there was some discussion, but now it's for B, C, D, etc. That would probably overlap with what I had in my those preparation notes for the meeting. then there was, some discussion between about the results and the conclusion and application of potential.
Specifically in there's references to on image 73 after D. It refers to Pat Wiley. Again, Pat Wiley says he's never done hot in place recycling of SMA, so he did not want to do it on the RHVP main road in Hamilton. Also changing the gradation and other aspects from SMA to SP 12.5 FC2 would be impossible according to Pat. Was that something that was discussed in the meeting?
Yes, discuss. I delivered this message, yes.
Right, okay, sorry, that you told the attendees.
Yes, I did.
All right. What was the reaction? You discussed already, Mr. Moore, referring to the test results being or something being inconclusive. What was his reaction?
He was not happy with this.
And is this when the tone of the meeting changed? You referred to that when I asked you at the outset about the tone of the meeting. Was this the point where the tone changed or at some other point?
That was mainly when the tone changed.
Okay, so can you describe that and how others reacted as well?
Well, there was some, I would say, heated reaction to this, and some, I would say, not typically used language, but I think it was mainly, Mr. Moore was not happy with this, and Marco, Mr. Odi was, I think he had the courage to say that, yeah, it's not suitable. Basically, stand up and express the same opinion as I had, and then it became so. The adrenaline started to go up.
Sorry, adrenaline?
Yes.
Okay, and to what extent? I appreciate that it can be uncomfortable characterizing words and meetings in a heated meeting, but we need you to tell us what happened and what was said to your recollection and the level of heat as you described it.
In my opinion, it wasn't. This was not addressed to me, but as the result of this raised adrenaline, the language became somewhat offensive. Not something that I've heard, and there was some sort of, I don't know, anger or something.
As between Mr. Moore and Mr. Odi?
I think this conversation between the two of them that raised the adrenaline level.
Okay, but in terms of the offensive language, who was saying the offensive words?
I think mainly it came from Mr. Moore, and then Mr. Odi reacted, and in similar way, and then it was hotter and hotter.
And I think you said it's not something that I have heard. You've been worked in the construction world for a long time, and have been on many work sites and so forth, and where I expect there's often colorful language. So are you describing that you hadn't actually heard the words used, the offensive words used, or are you talking about in this kind of context?
Oh, yes, you said. I've been in construction for 48 years, and this is the language that is commonly used. Unfortunately, on construction site, but I would say the heat and it's almost like the anger that you can have this language on site, but there is no anger. It's like common exchange, but here there was, I would say, almost anger.
Well, okay. So it was the tone that went with the swearing, and the animus behind it. Is that what set it apart?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. And what kind of word are we talking about? The F word used in various ways. Is that one of them?
Yeah, mainly F, S. Yeah, mainly this.
I see Mr. Letterman has popped onto the screen.
Okay, could you take the, Mr. Registrar, could you take the documents down, please?
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt. I've just come on screen in light of the questions that were being asked of this witness to describe the tone of the meeting. Presumably, Mr. Lewis is going to be asking Mr. Odie and Mr. Moore questions about what was said or what was expressed, including the tone that was used in the words spoken by the individuals, Mr. Odie and Mr. Moore. To ask this witness to comment on the tone, in my view, is outside of what a witness who maybe was present in the room can opine about. And I also raised it as to the value of Mr. or Dr. Uzorowski's impression when there are going to be other witnesses who were the participants in that discussion who can speak directly to that.
Well, Mr. Letterman, you raised, I think, a number of different questions. The first and perhaps the principal one is a question of whether Mr. Moore and Mr. Odie will be asked for their views with respect to that conversation. I leave that to Mr. Lewis to respond to.
Yeah, yes, they will.
Okay. So that's for another day. I'm not sure you think anything comes from that at the present time. With respect to the question of tone, I think it's a perfectly reasonable question to ask what Mr. Uzorowski felt was not just the tone of the meeting, but the animus for the tone. I expect that we will get to some issue about the reasons for that in due course. Would that be correct, Mr. Lewis?
We'll certainly be asking the questions about it.
Yeah, I guess what I'm concerned about is we're asking for the impressions about tone from someone who was not the speaker or the person to whom the speech was directed to. As I understood Dr. Uzorowski's evidence, that these were communications between Mr. Moore and Mr. Odie that he described as being animated. And that's why what I'm expressing concern about is that we're asking for the impressions of tone by someone who's not a participant.
Okay, so Mr. Letterman, I think this is premature. We haven't heard the evidence of the other two persons. Eventually, I think the probative value of this testimony is something you can address in both the testimony of the city individuals, but also more importantly in the submissions at the end of this hearing.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And that really was my point, which is that it is, I guess.
Well, nobody is taking anything that is given in testimony today as determinative.
No, I recognize that and I appreciate that. The point I was making about the fact that Mr. Odie and Mr. Moore are likely going to be asked those questions was to identify what I'm raising about, which is that that is where if this line of questioning is probative at all, I would have thought the evidence is most probative from those parties who were the participants of the conversation, rather than an individual who was present in the room.
Right. So I simply say that is a premature comment. You will have plenty of opportunity to make that submission at the end of these hearings.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Lewis, you can proceed.
So this discussion, which is described as heated and so forth with profanity, is going between Mr. Moore and Mr. Odie. Were you able to ascertain what the source of the anger was as between them and the source of the language, why they were using those words and why it became heated?
I think, two. I think that, in my opinion, there were two. First, what I said that, in my opinion, I presented this, that hot in place recycling of SMA was not feasible on the Red Hill Valley Parkway. And I think the other stuff was also another delay of pavement rehabilitation, moving in from 2018 to 2019. So I don't remember details of this, but that would be the main reasons for this.
And sorry, on the second part of that, the moving it to the resurfacing to 2019 from 2018, was that as a result of originally as hot in place recycling, or is that just something that was raised during the meeting?
I think I learned during the meeting that it would be delayed by another year.
Okay. And was that related to the hot in place recycling or no? Do you recall?
I don't recall. I think it would be hot in place recycling was roughly half of the price of milling of shave and pave on beer and overlay. So that would require much higher budget for this kind of work instead of hot in place recycling.
In terms of the tone and of the meeting, what about the volume of it? How loud did it get? Could you characterize that?
I think there was maybe a little bit raised voice, but no, I don't recall any loud. No, there was nothing unusual in the volume.
So it was okay. So it wasn't about the loudness that caused you to characterize it this as being unusual. It was that, just to make sure, it was the anger and the profanity that was being directed at one another.
Yeah, maybe not one another, but this atmosphere. Yes, but there was nothing in the volume. No, I don't recall any raised volume. No.
All right. And did anyone else speak up at the meeting that you recall about on the debate about HIR and using it or not?
I don't have particular recollection during this. No, I don't have particular recollection. until Mr. Moore left. No, it's possible that also some people stated something, but I don't recall.
Okay. And you said until Mr. Moore left. Did he leave at some point during the meeting before it was over?
Yes, because that was the main part of the meeting. So I had to, deliver what was in my agenda. And then Mr. Moore left. There were few people left. And then Ms. Susan Jacob left. And then we had some discussion with the people that were still in the room.
Okay, and if you could take down 72 and leave up 73, Registrar, but also pull up the at paragraph 206. Keep 73. There we go. Yeah. So these are your other notes. And which you indicated that you also made before the meeting. And there's a reference to microsurfacing. Is that something that that was discussed during the meeting? And if so, at what point?
Maybe it's hard to say discussed. As I said, I had to deliver what was in my notes. So I talk about this, I said about, but this microsurfacing was rather, I think what I suggested in one of the options, and Mr. Moore said no microsurfacing on the Rift Valley Parkway. So he definitely rejected the idea of microsurfacing.
Okay, and so obviously that was before Mr. Moore left the meeting. At what point are you suggesting microsurfacing? Is this prior to resurfacing or after after hot in place recycling is done?
So in this case, I consider microsurfacing after hot in place recycling, because I had some previous experience, significant experience with hot in place recycling, and often the results are inconsistent, particularly in terms of air voids, etc. So I thought it would make sense to put microsurfacing off top of the hot in place recycled material to make it uniform.
Okay. And so that is about uniformity. Was that about friction or no?
Or at the same time, friction would be addressed. So
right, it would be addressed, but was that something that was also part of the reason for suggesting microsurfacing after hot in place recycling, or is that just a happy byproduct?
I don't recall in details how I said that, but it would be like if they use the material that was there, they did hot in place recycling, that put microsurfacing on top, uniformity, microsurface, and friction characteristics would be addressed.
And with respect to the resurfacing being delayed to 2019, did you have any recommendations for the interim period?
Yes, but that was discussed after Mr. Moore left and with that smaller group of people.
Okay. So we'll come back to that then. Before Mr. Moore left the meeting, is there anything else that you recall that was discussed? We have up your second part of your undated notes. as well. Is there anything else you recall before Mr. Moore left the meeting?
Well, I think I delivered everything because my objective of that meeting, no matter what the atmosphere was to deliver what was in my agenda. So I had to go through it and deliver everything, deliver, the message that was there.
Okay, and so you have the references there in the left in your undated notes to two options: mill overlay. So that's the shave and pave. Is that right?
Shave and pave and hot in place.
Is option 2.
Yes.
Okay. And then at the bottom you have warning, exclamation mark. Neither option 1 nor option 2 will solve the accident hazard issue. The speed has to be controlled. Skid hazard increases drastically when the speed increases. Is that a message that you delivered?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what were you referring to there? I mean, I see it says skid hazard, but neither of those options will solve it. Why is that?
Because I learned from that article in Hamilton Spectators about the accidents and fatalities, and so I was obviously concerned about this, and I wanted, and I had very serious concern about speed, as I mentioned in our previous cross-examination. So, and this hasn't changed. So, in my opinion, no matter what was done, the speed was a very important factor to be taken under control.
All right. So this is specifically related to speed, this particular comment. Is that right?
Yes, that is related to speed.
Okay, then after Mr. Moore left the meeting, you had indicated that there was a discussion about the interim period before the rehabilitation took place. What can you tell us about that discussion?
So there were, after Mr. Moore left, there were this people, that group was initially as stated in that invite, but then Ms. Susan Jacob left because Mr. Roddy was still excited, and so he was coming down, but she got offended with the language, and she left the room. And then there was, this group of people. So I had to deliver my last item on the agenda under item 206. So my last item was to recommend short blasting of skid abrading as the interim way of improving friction on the Red Hill Valley Parkway.
Okay, so I think that's on the next page. If we go to 76 on the right-hand image register. That the last point where it says skid abrading for now - no - public.
Yes, it is.
Okay. And is that something that you wrote during the meeting?
No, that was in my preparation, because this item $12 per meter square was just taken during the meeting in the right corner. So it was not before so this item, when it had dash skid abrading, that was the preparation for the meeting.
Perhaps we might put this note back up.
Yes, if we could do that. This one would be this is GOL 7414 at image 74. It's actually the second page. Yeah. So the 12, we see the $12 above on the right, 12 meters squared above, and then skidabrating for now dash no dash public. So that was written beforehand, you said?
No, only the first part. So $12 per meter square was the price of hot in place recycling that, I knew that price before, but it was just to refresh. But I said in my agenda, I said skidabrating for now. Okay, and during the meeting, I added this dash no and dash public.
Okay. And who said no?
Mr. Marco Odi and Mr. Mike Beck confirmed.
Okay. And what was, you also mentioned public. So what was the complete statement then?
So it was like, I don't remember word by word, but it was the same intention as before, that the city couldn't do anything on the Red Hill Valley Parkway because it would confirm that there was an issue with the pavement on the Red Hill Valley Parkway. And so it was like admitting the guilt, and the city would get the blame for this.
And is it your recollection that Ms. Jacob had left the meeting by that point as well?
She left the meeting shortly after Mr. Moore left. She left the meeting, yes.
All right. Okay, if we could take down the handwritten notes and go on that side of it to overview document 8, page image 78. And paragraph 214 is a note that or an email you sent internally at Golder 5 days later. If you could expand the email itself, Registrar. So this is after the meeting, but it's talking about the meeting on the 9th. And do you recall why you sent this internal email at the time, 5 days later?
I think I was shocked about what I heard, and I considered this to be very important. So I wanted to share with our senior people. And also, I think I also sent it to Rabia and Vimy, but also with our senior people in the company.
In order to document the meeting?
To document, yes.
Okay. And in the third paragraph, starts with frictional characteristics. I suggested applying microsurfacing on HIR recycled SMA if they use HIR. This would make the surface uniform and offer good frictional characteristics. Gary rejected the idea. I then recommended using skidabrator or shot blasting, at least the worst areas indicated in Tradewind scientific report, to improve friction of the current surface if they delay resurfacing. Marco rejected the idea for various reasons. For your information, I had recommended this treatment before when they let me know about friction concerns on the RHVP. So did you specifically say when you were recommending use of the skidabrator or shot blasting, did you refer back at that point to the Tradewind report?
If I said this thing in this email, that was very like that it was. I don't recall the details, but if it's in my notes, and then I think I did.
Okay, I'm not entirely sure what you're saying there. Are you saying that at the time that was your recollection of what you had said?
I think at the time, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Okay, you can take that down, Registrar. Is there anything else that you recall from the meeting beyond what we've already discussed and what was in your notes?
No, I think this is it. Basically, my reaction and the important. No, this is what we discussed.
Right, and then you'll see on the right-hand page, image 76, there's some notes from Mr. Beck's notebook. And there's an entry dated March 9, 2018. And there's just a couple of ones. There's Gary, no to microsurfacing, which I think you've already talked about. That's the fourth bullet. The sixth bullet says friction numbers / weaker surface afterwards, question mark. Do you have any insight into what that is? Does that jog your memory as to any particular discussion around that?
I would, this is what Mike said, but I would say that friction numbers and weaker surface afterwards, so it's probably after hot in place recycling. This is why I recommended microsurfacing. Also, I consider other options. So that was probably related to this.
Okay. You take those down, Registrar. Now, with respect to the British pendulum testing, you described them as being unreliable because of the weather and the temperature. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And at the same time, it was anticipated. I mean, you knew what the time of the year was when the British pendulum testing was going to be done. So that was something, and you had your email exchange with Ms. Rizvi that we looked at last week that referred to that being a potential issue, right?
Correct.
Okay. And the field notes, would you? I take it you would expect that field notes would make mention of items, matters that were affecting test results. That would be your expectation, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Now, we've been unable to find any reference anywhere in the field notes taken at the time of the testing that would indicate that the temperature caused a concern or that the snow created an issue or even any reference to it at all. Do you agree with that?
I don't remember the notes, but I think I talked to Emilia.
So you talked to who?
To Emilia Jevison, the engineer or EIT who was doing the testing.
Okay. Well, and that she informed you about it?
She informed me that there was light snowfall and the temperature. I don't know if it's in her notes, but the temperature was below zero, and then there was light snowfall.
Okay. Well, I can tell you that they're not in there. Would you have expected that there would be a reference in her notes if the water that was being applied was freezing? Is that something you would expect to see if that was the case?
I think not necessarily freezing. I think, whatever. I know that later on I verified, after she told me, I look at the, weather data in Hamilton, and I noticed that it was light snowfall and temperature below zero was included in the report.
Okay. Do you know how much below zero it was?
No, I don't recall, but I assume somewhat below zero.
Okay, but I take it that she didn't report to you that the water film was freezing either, since There's no mention of it in the notes. Is that correct?
No, she didn't. I think I'm not sure about the icing chemicals, whether I asked her what they use, because I assume that the city must have used some de-icers during the weather like this, but I don't recall whether she told me what she observed, what was used.
And again, there is no mention in the field notes of that. And you're saying you had an assumption that de-icing was used by the city, but you actually don't know that to be the case. Is that right?
No, I don't have any records, but I would definitely anticipate the city to use some de-icing chemicals on the road.
Okay. And then is it fair to say that from this and that you don't know that the British pendulum test results were impacted by the conditions at the time, but you think that they may have been affected? Is that fair?
I don't have records, but I was of opinion that they were very likely impacted by by not only the weather, but also the ice.
Right, which is again something that you don't know it was actually applied.
I don't.
You assume that it was.
I assume it was.
And in terms of the temperature itself, though, the concern there is that freezing will occur, correct?
Yeah, because yes, it is a wet test. So and at the same time, I knew that that's light snow was there, and it's I think it's common sense where the temperature is about zero, below zero, that the city will do something from the de-icing point of view.
Okay, but that comes back to the de-icing point,
yes.
Right? But Ms. Jewison didn't tell you that the water was freezing, did she?
No, she didn't.
Okay.
I didn't. I don't recall any conversation and her telling me that the water was freezing.
And I take it you would have expected that she would tell you that, or it would appear in the notes if in fact the water was freezing at the time of the test.
I would probably anticipate, but no, I don't recall her, this discussion with her.
Okay. And the ASTM standard E303 for British pendulum testing, that would you agree with me, and we can go to it, but would you agree with me that it does not set a temperature below which the testing cannot occur? It just says that the temperature should be recorded. Would you agree with that?
Yes, this is what the ASTM test says.
Okay, and we should probably just put that in the record and call it up. It's MTO 38701. Just to identify it, this is the ASTM E303 standard for British pendulum testing, Doctor?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. If we could just mark that, Commissioner's exhibit, I believe 83. Thank you.
Noted, Council. Thank you.
You can take that down. Thank you. Now, after the March 9th meeting, I understand that you had some further communications with Mr. Wiley from EcoPave, and you reported that you were more optimistic about the use of HIR. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so if we could go to images 76 and 77. So after the bottom there, we'll see it 208. You responded to Mr. Wiley's earlier email about HIR and SMA, and then at 5:30 p.m. the same day, you emailed Mr. Moore, and you refer at the top there, if you could call that up, and as well 210 registrar. Yeah. So do you recall, did you have a discussion then with Mr. Wiley after the meeting with the city?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And he was more optimistic. So why was that?
Oh, he talked to his associates and about this, the subject of SMA, and then they agreed that it was feasible, that they could do it. And he asked me to send him I believe he asked me to send him a mix design of SMA. So I did, and that was his opinion. And now he says they can do it. Oh, they can consider, yes, because it was, yes.
Okay. All right, you take that down, registrar. And at this point, after the March 9 meeting, you have not delivered a report on the Golder pavement evaluation. Did you form a view from that meeting or other interactions about whether Mr. Moore wanted you to deliver a report?
It's even stated in my notes that what to do with results, and I had an impression that he didn't, and I called Mr. Beck a few days after, and I asked him about this.
Okay, so the first thing is, you're saying that you had already delivered the results. That's the first thing, and that's the first part of your answer? You're already.
Yeah, I presented the results during the meeting, yes.
Okay, all right, and where did you get the impression that you referred to about Mr. Moore? No,
during the meeting, it was, I tried to discuss it, but there was no, there was no atmosphere to discuss this subject because of what we discussed before. So I didn't have any answer, but a few days later, I called Mr. Mike Beck, who was the project manager, and I asked him about it. Okay, and so if we could pull up images 70, we already have 77 and also 79, please. And in paragraph 213 at the bottom of image 77, you have a notebook entry from March 13 stating Hamilton talked to Mike Beck and Chris Thompson, got a call from Steve Manolis. And then on the other page, 217 and 218, you email Mr. Beck on March 15th requesting a call about HIR and the RHVP. There is a significant amount of work that should be done for this. And then 218, you have a note referring to Hamilton, Mike Beck. It says test results, leave them, HIR, and then Cyrene polymer modified AC. So first of all, why did you call Mike Beck about, he appreciates the project manager, but why did you contact him about whether you should deliver a report? Because I think he said he was the project manager and he was the engineer on this project. So he was the person in charge. That's why I talked to him, and then that's why I called him.
Okay. And then you in your email to him, you stated that there's a significant amount of work that should be done for this. Was this with respect to the HIR, the hot in place recycling?
For hot in place recycling, yes.
Okay. And in what, in terms of determining feasibility?
Yes, because, Mr. Pat Wiley said that they would consider, but there would still be a feasibility study required. Is it feasible? And if, how to do it?
Okay. And so what you contacted Mr. Beck, what did he tell you about the delivering a report and anything else that you discussed?
So, I don't recall the detailed conversation, but my first question was test results. So what should I do with test results? And my conclusion was to leave them. They didn't. There was no request to repeat the testing, and I understood that at that point of time they didn't want a report or didn't need a report.
Sorry, did Mr. Beck tell you that, or
No.
Is this what you took from it?
I think that was my conclusion.
And that was the conclusion to not finalize, not do a report based on the testing. And what about the British pendulum test results? You had referred to them as being unreliable in the meeting, and otherwise. What about that? Did you discuss those results and whether there should be any retesting done?
I think it is likely. I don't recall the detailed conversation. It was still March, so it was still in winter. I think my intention was basically to say, should I put them in the report, or should I repeat? And my conclusion was just as I say, leave them. Don't do it.
And as you said, there's going to be a lot of work done. There's going to be a feasibility study done to determine whether HIR could be done. Did you consider about the whether that would impact the schedule for repaving?
Most definitely. It was a feasibility study, and also the mix design for hot in place is a very complex. So it would take time.
Right. And so I'm just wondering if, given the concerns that you'd expressed about friction on the Red Hill and your suggestion of taking interim measures, whether the length of time this was going to take is something that you considered and discussed with anyone.
Sorry, I didn't understand the question.
Well, you've just identified that doing an HIR feasibility study is going to take quite a bit of time.
Oh, yes.
Right. And
Yeah.
so if that impacting the repaving, the timing of the repaving, I'm wondering if that's something that you further discussed at that time with respect to interim measures regarding friction.
And not during that call on under item 218, but what was discussed at the end of the meeting on March the 9th, that would be a very important step to take.
And Golder was engaged to conduct the HIR suitability study. Do you recall who engaged you and Golder to do that? How did that come about?
Oh, that hot in place feasibility study. So that was Mr. Beck, Mr. Mike Beck. So he was my main point of contact on this assignment.
And Registrar, if you go to overview document 9, starting on image 7 and 8. While he's pulling them up, am I correct that Golder's Project Risk Committee became involved in this project?
Yes, yes, we concluded and discussed this thing with our management that things involving project risk committee was necessary for this assignment.
And why is that? When does the Project Risk Committee get involved?
Because it was on one hand it was innovative project, but on the other hand, you know, the OPSS specifications, provincial and municipal, said clearly don't do it. So there was some risk involved. So you know, that is the policy of Golder, that they wanted the risk committee to consider, you know, what steps whether it's to go ahead, and if what steps should be taken.
Okay, and that includes what contractual provisions should be inserted into any agreement with the city?
So from the contractual point of view, there was some, you know, other aspect of contractual. I think as when you know that time when we wanted, so there was some contractual, and also if it was considered feasible and to move ahead with it, what should be some contractual aspect included in the agreement with the city that would you know, cover this additional risk of some of this very significant innovation.
All right. And you did determine, Golder did determine to move forward, correct? With the feasibility study?
Yes, the project risk committee gave me okay to move ahead with this.
All right. And if we could go to pages 10 and 11. I understood you attended a meeting with the city again on May 14, 2018. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And we have your notes from that date, May 14th, in paragraph 13 at the bottom of page 10 and top of page 11. Registrar, if you could expand those. And do you recall what this, the purpose of this meeting was?
This meeting was about hot-in-place recycling after Mr. Wiley said that they would consider using hot-in-places. They would consider HIR of the SMA on the Rift Valley Parkway.
Okay. So it's about about HIR.
Yes, it is.
Okay. All right, and do you recall who was at this meeting? There's a calendar invitation in the prior paragraph to Mr. Andoga, Mr. Peruzin, Mr. Odie, Mr. Renault, and you. Do you recall who was there?
I don't have detailed recollection. I would anticipate probably this or similar people to that attended the previous one, but no, I don't have detailed recollection.
Okay. Was Mr. Moore there?
Yes, he was.
Was Mr. Odie?
Yes, he was.
And Mr. Andoga?
I would have to check on the list of. I know that he was on the previous one, but on this one, I don't recall.
Don't specifically recall. Okay. And Mr. Renault?
I think he likely was.
And what about Mr. Beck?
He definitely was. I think he was. I think he was, because I think he arranged that meeting.
Yeah, he sent the invitation.
Yes.
Yeah.
Commissioner, it might help the witness if we could go to the calendar invite, which has these names on it.
We could. I did just read it to him, but those are the people that are on the invitation were the people that I read to him.
You're asking him for his memory, and there's actually a document on it. So I think,
Which document are you suggesting be put before the witness?
what's the number?
It's Golder 2860.
Thank you.
280.
There it is. So on the invite, Mr. Andoga, Mr. Peruzin, Mr. Odie, Mr. Renault, and you, sent by Mr. Beck.
Yes.
Okay. Does that assist your memory as to who was actually there any further?
I think, yeah, the people listed here, and definitely Mr. Gary Moore.
Okay. All right, you could take that down, please.
Thank you.
And how would you compare the tone of this meeting compared to the one on March 9th?
Drastically different.
More normal?
More normal, yes.
And what can you tell us about what was discussed at this meeting?
Oh, at this meeting, like the main subject was the feasibility of hot-in-place recycling. So EcoPave said they would consider, but now the question is, okay, so what to do in order to determine if it's feasible? So the main like more technical discussion, sampling, because it would require a lot of samples. At that point of time was not only feasibility, but also if, then the mix design.
Right.
So that would require a lot of material. And Rick funding, so Mr. Andoga funding, and the specifications and other aspects of this. Yes, at that point of time, I think it was feasibility plus potential mix design.
Okay. And on the second page there, 11, the last part of notes where it says Mike is back on the 22nd, if you could just expand that, Registrar, the last block of notes. It says Mike is back on the 22nd, and then it says Gary dash what is outstanding. And I guess I should ask you, was this were these notes taken before or during your meeting?
Sorry, I'm sorry. During.
So all of the notes or just this portion? We can go to the actual notes if you need to.
They look to me like all of them were taken during the meeting.
Could we please go to the note so that we can clarify as to what's prepared in advance and what's prepared on the day? I think that might assist the witness's memory.
Yes, it's GOL 3874. At image 2, I believe. 2, yeah. There we go. Can you tell what you took before or during, or if it was a combination?
I think they look tidy, but I think they were likely taken during, because how would I know about RIC and funding? That could come only during the meeting. And Pamela and Heather Bell, that was from Mr. Beck. So in my opinion, that was during the meeting.
Okay. And the reference to Pamela and Heather Bell, those are MTO people. You said
MTO people, yes.
that Mr. Beck relayed that to you. Did you ever meet or discuss with Pamela Marks or Heather Bell at the MTO regarding hot in place recycling for the city of Hamilton?
No, not for the city of Hamilton, or not SMA.
Okay. And then, so at the bottom, the Gary part, where it says, what is outstanding? What's that referring to? Do you know?
Towards the end of the meeting, Mr. Moore said what was outstanding. So breakdown for Mike. I think he must have repeated that PSV report is inconclusive. Masker specification, hot press recycling, pavement condition blasting. That was after he left.
Okay, so I'll come back to that last point in a second. You're saying that you think Mr. Moore mentioned that the PSV results were inconclusive again?
I think, if it's in the note, so he repeated that PSV report or the result was inconclusive.
All right. Do you know what you said about that to him?
I don't remember what I said, but, in my opinion, they were pretty conclusive. The results are what they are. 45 is 45. So it would be rather inconclusive or challenging what to do. But, I didn't see anything inconclusive. They are what they are.
Okay. But you don't recall if you said that to him or not?
I don't recall.
Okay. And then on the last point about shot blasting or blasting, pavement condition blasting, no. So I think you said that Mr. Moore had left the meeting by that point. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so who did you raise this to? The people that were remaining?
Yes, correct.
Okay, and who said no?
No, again, that would have to be one of the two. I don't remember exactly who. Marco, Mr. Marco Odi, and Mr. Mike. Marco Odi would be the first, and Mike could confirm, but it's hard for me, because it was during this 3 meetings, hard to say who at what particular meeting. But it would have to be Marco or Mike, likely Marco.
Okay.
Marco Odi.
And was this again about the interim time period, if prior to the resurfacing?
Yes, it was.
All right, and maybe this would be a good time for the break, Commissioner. It's 11:30.
Okay. Yeah, it's right on 11:30. Let's take a break and return at 11:45.
We're back. May I proceed, Commissioner?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Zarowski, we know that Mr. Moore's retirement internally was announced in April 2018, stating that it would be effective on May 25th, 2018. Were you aware at the time of the the May 14th meeting that Mr. Moore was retiring?
No, I wasn't.
At some point after that, you became aware?
At some point after that, yes.
Okay. And did Mr. Moore, either at the meeting on the 14th or at any time after, did he ask you to complete any outstanding work?
No, he didn't.
All right, if we could go to overview document 9, images 23 and 24. And in paragraphs 51 through 56, there's references to the beginning on June 6, 2018, that you emailed Mr. Beck, copying Vimy Henderson, the proposal for the HIR study in two phases. Phase 1 being the preliminary investigation and specification development, and phase 2 for construction consultations and QA field laboratory testing and acceptance. Do you recall what the timing was, the expected timing was of the study?
No, the timeline, I understand they wanted to have, initially they wanted to have this thing as soon as possible. Now, I don't recall the detailed timeline for this.
Okay. And because it's called the HIR suitability study. Is it the first phase that's the really determining the feasibility aspect of it? And then the second is implementation, is that right?
Yeah, so the first one would be to determine, is it feasible? And if the outcome of the phase 1 was positive, then move to phase 2, which was, pretty complex, yes, particularly design.
If we could jump ahead now to images 53 and 54. And in paragraph 126 at the bottom of 53, you see that on August 27, 2018, you emailed Mr. Beck, copying Vimy Henderson, with a copy of the Tradewind report. And you wrote at the top of 54, as requested, please find attached the 2014 report on friction on RHVP and the link prepared by Tradewind Scientific. Now, it says as requested. Do you have any recollection about how it came about that you came to send the Tradewind report to Mr. Beck?
No, I don't know. I don't recall. I don't recall whether he asked me or he asked Vimy. I don't recall.
All right. So Vimy was also involved in the HIR feasibility study?
Yes, she was.
Okay. Do you recall why? Did you know why he requested it at that time?
No, I don't.
You have no recollection of any discussion preceding you sending this to him, either with him or with Ms. Henderson. Is that right?
That's right.
And as indicated in paragraph 127, Commissioner, the inquiry has not received any documents preceding this that would shed any light on that issue. And do you recall if you had any discussions about the trade wind report with Mr. Beck following your sending it to him?
No, I don't recall any discussion.
Go to images 97, 98. And I guess it's 97, paragraphs 241 and 242 indicate that Mr. Beck sent a calendar invitation to you for a meeting on October 18th. And Mr. Beck writes, further to our discussion, this meeting is to discuss the HIP sampling for the RHVP. If you are available at 1 p.m., 1 o'clock, we also have a room for presentation from Envirotech regarding their HIP process. If you can come to our office shortly before 1, I can bring you to the presentation. And then there is a follow-up email at paragraph 242 on October 16 from Mr. Beck to you. Again, regarding the meeting. And do you recall the meeting on October 18th with the city?
Yes, I do.
All right. And we do have some notes of yours at, if we can go registrar to RHV 933. And it's images 857 and 858. I guess it's just 8. Maybe it is 858 and 859. There we go. Okay, so can you tell us what this meeting was about and why you were there?
So this meeting was, I was informed by Mr. Mike Beck that Envirotech will give a presentation on hot-in-place recycling. Envirotech is another hot-in-place recycling company that's like former a branch of Krupi. So honestly speaking, I invited myself, or I asked Mr. Beck if he could invite me to that meeting with Envirotech, because I was very interested in the subject. So Mr. Beck agreed, but at the same time, was it October the 18th? I was working on my very preliminary observation of feasibility or suitability of application hot-in-place recycling on the Red Hill Valley Parkway. So the first time would be the Envirotech meeting, and then the presentation what I had. But I know I was late. I was late for this Envirotech, but I only took a note from the part that I attended.
Right, sorry, you mentioned Envirotech in relation to Krupi. Are they? You said that they were related somehow.
I think Envirotech is a branch of Krupi. So the branch that took care of hot-in-place recycling.
Okay. And do you recall who was at this meeting?
Oh, definitely Mr. Krupi, I don't remember his first name, and Robert Bowerman, he was from Envirotech. So I think Rob was delivering the presentation. He was technical person or sales manager for Krupio for Envirotech. So this was the Envirotech side. And there were a few people from the city of Hamilton. I definitely know that Mr. Beck was there because he was the one that invited me. Who else? Well, I think there was a group of people, but I don't recall exactly who was there.
Okay. Do you recall if Gordon McGuire was there?
No, he wasn't. He came later, after the meeting with Envirotech.
I see, on the same day. Okay, so you had the meeting with Envirotech in Krupi. And so what was the second meeting then?
It was, maybe a meeting is a big word for this. After, this team left, like Envirotech and people from the city who attended, Mr. Mike Beck left, and I, by that time, I had this very preliminary analysis, including the plot of what would be required to convert SMA to continuously graded mix that, we initially called hybrid mix, but I didn't like the word hybrid. I wanted this to be FC2 mix. So my initial, at that point of time, were only gradation analysis, what would be required.
Okay, so sorry, so you had this meeting, Mr. Beck was there, who else was there? You also mentioned, I asked you about Mr. McGuire, and you said he was at a second meeting. Was he?
Sorry, I interrupted.
Was he there too?
It was, my meeting was with Mr. Mike Beck, but then Mr. Gordon McGuire came, and then he, I think Mike introduced him to me, and I introduced myself, and we started talking about hot in place recycling on this.
Okay, and so what did Mr. Beck and you discuss at the meeting?
I brought the plot of gradation. So my initial opinion at that point of time that it would be extremely difficult to do hot in place recycling of SMA and to change the gradation from gap graded SMA to dense graded FC2 or super paste 12.5 FC2 mix. It would be extremely difficult and expensive. It would require customized aggregates.
And what did Mr. Beck tell you?
Then after I presented the results, I brought this. I don't know, like maybe 2 copies, one for him, one for me. I gave it to him, and then he was interested in my observation. But then he told me that the city decided to instead of using hot in place recycling, to use shave and pave on the Rift Valley Parkway.
Okay, and so was Mr. Beck, was his when he informed you of that, was he referring to a decision that he had just made following your presentation to him, if I could call it that, or is this a decision that had already been made as he conveyed it to you?
It's been already made, so he just conveyed the message to me. But at the same time, he asked me to continue with my evaluation.
And did he tell you why the city had decided not to use hot in place recycling and instead do the shave and pave?
No, he didn't. He just let me know that they decided to go ahead with shave and pave.
And did he explain to you why he wanted you to continue with the suitability study and the report, given that decision?
he didn't, I think he said something like, we are interested in this, so please continue. Don't stop, continue, move ahead. We are interested, but why? No, I can only, speculate. No, I don't. No, he didn't.
He didn't tell you?
No.
Okay. And sorry, was Mr. McGuire in the meeting during that part of the discussion? Or did he come in after that? Do you recall?
He came in during my conversation with Mr. Beck.
Okay. And we go to GOL 7415. Actually, this might need to be a native document if we have it. I believe these are the results that you were speaking of. Do we have the native file for that registrar? Golder 7415. There we go. Are these the gradation results that you were talking about, that you brought to the meeting?
Yes,
Okay.
This is.
Right, and that you gave Mr. Beck a copy, I think you said, is that right?
Yes, I gave him a copy of this.
Okay. And if we could make that an exhibit, Commissioner, I believe it's 84.
Sure.
I think a copy of the plot itself. I'm not sure about the tables, but the plot.
The plot being the graphing,
The graphing, yes.
Okay. You can take that down, Registrar. Thank you. If we could go to overview document 9, images 149 and 150. And in paragraph 356, you'll see that Mr. Gordon McGuire forwarded an email to you from Ms. Jacob, who was to Mike Beck on November 28th, 2018. He forwarded it to me. Sorry, I misread that. They had an exchange. Mr. McGuire forwarded Ms. Jacob's email to Mr. Beck on November 28th. And there's a discussion there where Mr. McGuire says, I talked to Ludimir last night and he is bringing that PSV report along today as he is meeting with you apparently. Please bring it to me and I will review. Mike Beck says, I did not know he was coming in. I will bring you a report once I get it. Mr. McGuire says, okay, he told me that last night. Let me know if he comes by, thanks. Then in 357, at the top of the page, Mr. Beck emails you to confirm that you'll be attending and that I will leave the office soon. I will bring boxes with the results. And then the same day, you email Mr. McGuire attaching the mean texture depth and polished stone value results from the testing that had been done on the Boulder pavement evaluation. And so do you recall the conversation with Mr. McGuire that gave rise to this exchange?
No, I don't.
Do you recall what prompted Mr. McGuire to request the results, the mean texture depth and PSV results?
No, he knew about the work that we did, so he wanted to see these results. He was definitely interested in them, but I don't recall.
He wanted them, but you don't recall the specifics behind it.
No, I don't.
All right. So if we could expand at paragraph 358, Dr. Zarowski's email. And you have some comments about it. You talk about the coring and testing, and that there was carried out on the night of December 6th and 7th, 2017. Then there was light snow and negative temperatures during the testing. And then in number 2, you refer to the PSV testing and refer to the results as 45 as average or medium for trap rock aggregates. And is that the same reference you referred a couple of times back to a paper by John Emery? Is that the same?
When I talk about PSV of 45, yes, that was in the paper, yes.
Okay. And in the last number there, say, please note we attempted to run the British pendulum test. However, due to light snow and negative temperatures, the test was considered meaningless. So come back to that. But if we could then registrar go to Golder GOL 7431. And is this the paper that you're talking about? It's by B.S. Heaton, J.J. Emery, and N.A. Kamel, 1978?
Yes, it is.
Okay. As I said, this is referenced in when you ultimately deliver the pavement evaluation report in February 2019. It's referenced, this paper is referenced in there, right?
Yes, it is.
All right. And it's a 1978 paper. And I want to go to paragraph 32, which is at image 9.
Sorry, Council, what was the page number?
9, image 9.
Thank you.
Maybe it's image 8. One more prior. Sorry, could you go back? And go back one more. Oh, image 6. You must have written it upside down, typed it upside down. There we go. Paragraph 32. It's the last paragraph in the body of the paper. There's also a figure earlier on, but this refers to, in this second sentence, the cases covered 2 of the more widely used aggregates in Ontario, limestone and trap rock with low and medium PSV 41 and 45 respectively, and 2 aggregates of high PSV, blast furnace slag 54 and steel slag 59. Is that the reference to which you were referring?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Could take that down. If we could make this an exhibit as well, please, Registrar, Commissioner, the 85.
Noted, Council, thank you.
You can take that down and go back to overview document 9, image 150. And just, it was what I was referring to in point 4 when you said that the British pendulum test results were considered meaningless, which seems to be stronger language than you used previously when you referred to it as unreliable. Did you intend to convey any different meaning, or?
No, it was the same meaning that they were not reliable.
Okay.
I know I plotted them, and I look at the trend. Did it make sense? So I said, but roughly down, the meaning is the same. Whether it's, for me, was the same, meaningless or unreliable.
Okay. Did you, at this point, notwithstanding the views about the unreliability of the British pendulum test results, had your views changed at all at this point in time about the Red Hill Valley Parkway friction and having relatively low friction?
No, they were still the same.
Okay. If we could go to the next image, 151. Paragraph 363 on November 29, Mr. McGuire emailed you. If you could just expand that email at 363, please. Thanks you for the files on the project. I have a copy of the original proposal. And then he says, that proposal suggests you will provide recommendations after the testing. Can you supply the final report on this testing when you can? I'm meeting with our legal team early next week as they are looking for all our files on this project. And is this the first time you've been asked to prepare the pavement evaluation report?
Yes, it is.
You can take that down. And you go to images 183 and 184, please. And in paragraph 436, which spans the 2 pages, and if you could just expand that email, 436. And this is Mr. Beck writing to you on December 6, 2018. And it's about the HIR, hot in place recycling suitability study. And he's following up on that. And he's requesting the report from you. He's indicating, as per our conversation, I'm writing to let you know we will need the report before the Christmas shutdown. The report can be in draft format, but I'll need the information soon to move forward with questions. And he's referring to this resurfacing being a priority with council at this point. And then in the interim, I have a meeting coming up next week that some of the preliminary information would be useful to have for that meeting. Is it possible to get a PDF copy of the graphs you showed me in our HIP meeting back in October? It will show that we are working on the asphalt mix, and I can explain the current status of the gradations and what we would get with the proposed change via HIP. Now, am I correct from what you said previously that on October 18th, Mr. Beck had informed you that the city had decided not to use hot in place recycling.
Yes, that's correct.
And did you have any discussions with him around, and he says further to our conversation next week, did that remain the case, that they were not going to be proceeding with HIR? To your knowledge?
To me, it was clear right from that meeting that hot in place recycling was only at the evaluation or investigation stage, not implementation.
Did that knowledge affect your approach to finalizing it, or timing to finalizing the suitability study?
No. I still, had to deliver this thing as soon as possible, but also I needed a lot of laboratory testing results from our lab in Whitby. No.
All right. We go to take that down, please. And just before that, at 4:34 and 4:35, right before the email we were just looking at, these refer to December 6th emails about arranging a meeting between you and Mr. Gord McGuire on December 18th. So Mr. McGuire emailed Ms. Cameron requesting that she set up a meeting the following week with you, and she contacted you, and ultimately it was scheduled for December 18th. Do you recall who requested this meeting in the first place?
I saw that I did, but the records show something different, so it must have come from Mr. McGuire. Okay.
Well, I mean, it simply indicates there that he's asking Ms. Cameron to arrange the meeting. Is apart from that, what do you have a recollection of asking for the meeting in the first place, or no?
I don't have particular recollection of asking for the meeting, but I remember that I wanted to meet with him.
Okay, and why did you want to meet with him?
Why I wanted to meet with him, because you have this thing in your records, but I talked to my mentor, Dr. Michael Marr, and I talked about Hamilton. So we had a discussion about this, and then he advised me meet with the city, with Mr. McGuire, and tell him everything that you know and the history of the pavement on the Red Hill Valley Parkway.
Okay, but fine. But what prompted to wanting to do that? That's then the purpose of the meeting. But what was the reason for wanting to have the meeting at this point in time?
Oh, there were concern with of course, I talked to him about that article, about fatalities, about concern with frictional characteristics of the pavement there, and also about about what I heard, that the city decided not to do anything to avoid the blame, as we discussed. So I talked to Michael, and this is what he advised me.
Sorry, you said that to avoid the blame that we discussed. Do you mean to avoid being blamed for something?
No, it is like to us. One, this is what I was told by the city that they did. decided not to do anything, not to admit the guilt, and not to be blamed for this. So this is the city, and at the same time, I was concerned that the city may try to blame Golder for what we advised, and they decided not to follow, not to do. Yes.
Okay. And did any of that have to do with the reference in the email that we talked about before on November 29th when Mr. McGuire referred to the legal team's involvement?
Oh, definitely. I think it is, because I talked to our senior management. I talked to our legal counsel. So that was discussed, and that was a significant point.
And we're not asking you at any point to tell you what the discussions were with legal counsel. If you, just so you know, I'm not asking you specifically for those communications.
Sorry, there was some misconnection for this last sentence. I didn't hear what you said.
Oh, I'm not asking you specifically for communications that you had with legal counsel at Golder. As I expect Ms. Roberts will take the position that those communications are privileged, so I'm just anticipating her jumping in. Okay, and did you and Mr. McGuire have a discussion or an understanding about this meeting in advance? Any ground rules for the meeting?
I don't know, at what particular time, but, we discussed, how this meeting would look like, and we agreed that it would be face-to-face. So it would be Mr. McGuire with myself, because we talk about, like, if the city wants to have a lawyer to be present, then I would bring our lawyer with me. But the final agreement was no, just face-to-face, a friendly exchange of information.
And were you aware at the time this meeting was scheduled that the trade wind report or the Golder report had been located within the city? Is that something that you had become aware of?
No, I think Mr. McGuire told me during the meeting.
Okay, so we'll get to that. We go registrar to RHV 933. These are your transcription of your typewritten notes at image 866. And these are notes from December 10 and December 12, 2018. So it's after the meeting is being scheduled for the 18th of December, but before the meeting itself. Do these, what are these notes referring to? Do you recall?
So the first one was my face-to-face meeting with Dr. Mark. And, I presented the case and our conversation.
Sorry, that's Michael Mahar at Golder, who you referred to previously?
Yes, yeah, he was my mentor, and he was a principal and senior engineer. And this is our discussion, notes from our discussion on December the 10th.
I see, okay. And December the 12th? It also refers to Mr. Mahar at the top.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly what Hamilton Rock Tunnel was, this nuclear waste material, so it was not related to Hamilton.
All right, it says on the December 10 note, the fourth one under number 1, it says, should I send the report? What report is that referring to?
Let me see where it is.
It's the fourth bullet under number 1. Should I send the report?
Yes, what to say? Should I send the report?
Do you want to, could I suggest that you put this note up in its original form?
It is Golder GOL 7497
But image 72, I
at
think.
image 72. Just blow that up, please. Thank you.
So your question about the
Yeah,
what
should I send the report? What's that referring to? What report?
should I send it? I think it was about the Golder report, 2014.
Oh, okay. And do you recall what you decided?
I don't recall whether I brought this report with me, but I know that Mr. Maguire showed me a copy of that report, of the Golder report.
In the meeting on the 18th.
During the meeting, yes.
Okay. All right. But you think it does refer to the Golder report in any event?
I think it is. This is the Golder report.
Okay. And it says trade wind, some concerns but not drastic, and skid resistance a contributory factor. Are these things that you were telling Mr. Mahar?
Yes, this is what we discussed with Michael.
Okay. And skid resistance a contributing factor to what?
Skid resistance number are only one factor in frictional characteristics of the pavement. So this is only one factor. There are a number of factors that impact the frictional characteristics. So this is like just to refresh my mind on this point.
Okay, so it's that skid resistance is a contributing factor to friction?
To frictional skid resistance is like, it was, the meaning was skid resistance numbers. So
Right.
When we measured, there were only numbers. So this is only one of the factor of what we call frictional characteristics of the pavement. There are large number of factors, but that's only one that impacts.
So you're talking also about macro texture?
Oh, macro texture, and then other items like everything, speed, and factors related to roadway, driveway. So it's like roadway,
Okay.
driveway, and this large number of items. Yes.
Right, but so is what you're meaning there then, and I'm going to suggest is that you're meaning it's one of the contributing factors. Skid resistance is one of the contributing factors to collisions. It's one of them. There's a number of contributing factors as you described, but it's a contributing factor to collisions.
Well, I think what John Emery called the safety aspect of, we call it, typically we call it frictional characteristics. Yes. Yeah.
Sorry, I get the frictional characteristics. I understand. Yeah. I understand that, but I just want to get to the end point. You're saying here that skid resistance is one of the contributing factors to collisions in this instance. Was that
that's not a word he's using.
Well, I don't know. He said it's just a number of words.
Ms. Roberts, he can put the question.
Fair enough. I just trying to push language that
Right.
the witnesses never used. And I guess you're fair enough to do the cross-examination, but I'm conscious of you're trying to get to an end here. It seems the question is trying to get to an end. I'm not sure is supported in any of the evidence that the witness has given.
All I'm, Commissioner, asking is, because he talked about a number of, he said that there's a number of things which include into skid resistance, and then referred to a number of things. And I said, it's like macrotexture. And he went on to then talk about other things as well, which I take as meaning, and you can agree or not, are things which are contributory as a whole to potentially to collisions.
Right. I think you can put the question, and Mr. Uzorowski can answer whether he agrees with your characterization or not.
I would, do you want me to answer right now?
Yes, please.
So I think collisions are much higher step. I think because for collisions, there are large number of factors. So I think, at this point of time, I'm talking only about the skid resistant numbers, or those numbers that we measure. So this is only this one piece, one line in what was John Emery shows as number of factors that impact the safety on the pavement. So it's at this point of time, I was thinking like, one factor contributing to frictional characteristics of the pavement. This I remember John always emphasized.
You're talking about in the get a grip presentation that you've referred to a number of times?
Yes.
Okay, and it's just, again, you said impacting on the safety of the pavement. And so again, that's the endpoint. It's one of the many contributing factors to safety. Is that right?
This is what John shows in his presentation. So that's one line. This is like, the piece of pavement that contributes to, I would say, there are such large number of factors. It's like, I think this is the factor contributing to frictional characteristics of the pavement. That's the numbers.
Thank you. And then in the December 12th note, the last one, number 11, refers to report for Gord Hamilton. Do you know what that refers to?
Yes, that was the draft report on the 2017 investigation.
Right. Okay. And so then if we could take those down. And if we could go to images 214 and 215 of overview document, of overview document 9, apologize, overview document 9, 214 and 215. And it's paragraph 526. Sets out your notebook entries. That continues on to the next page from December 18th. And do you recall meeting with Mr. McGuire on December 18th, 2018?
Yes, I do.
And where was that?
In Hamilton, in his office.
And it indicates from it says from about 10 to 11. Now, can you tell us what your, when you took these notes? Of course, we can always go to the originals if we need to. Did you take these before, during, or both?
Generally, these were my preparation notes, but during the meeting, I also added some additional comments. And at the end, I also wrote about SEMA.
Commissioner, can we please go to the original notes? So Golder 7404, image 40.
Mm-hmm. I think we should.
Golder 7404.
That's what I've got.
Yeah. There we go.
Thank you.
Just one moment. Sorry, I'm just trying at the same time to find the typewritten notes for my own benefit. So although these are quite neatly written. So from this, there's also, I think, another page. If you go to the next image for a moment. You referred to this part about SEMA, which I think is that last part there. Is that the additional part you were talking about?
Yes, this was during the meeting, or right after. I think this was during the meeting.
Okay.
At the end of the meeting.
Okay, and then going back to the previous image, please, Registrar. And what about these? Were these all taken before the meeting, or any of them taken during?
Generally, you know, this were my preparation meeting for the preparation notes for the meeting, but it's likely that I added some comments during the meeting. Okay.
All right, as we go along, perhaps you could let us know if there's something pertinent that pops out in that regard. At A, it says hand out the draft report. Is that the Golder Pavement Evaluation Report that you just referred to?
Yes, it is 2017 report.
Okay, so if we could keep these notes up, Registrar, but also pull up HAM 54182. And is it dated December 17, 2018? Is this the report you're talking about?
Yes, it is.
All right. And this is an unsigned copy of that report. Maybe if we can keep both of those up. I just hear some drilling, which I believe is coming from above us. So hopefully that won't continue. So did you actually give Mr. McGuire a copy of this report?
Yes, I did. I think it was still a draft, I think, stamp on this thing. This is the one, yes.
It's certainly unsigned in any event.
No, it's not.
Sorry, it's not signed.
It's not signed.
Right. Okay. And so hand out the draft report. You did give him a copy. And then maybe you could tell us how the meeting proceeded.
If we can make it a little bit,
Oh, yes.
Make it a little bit bigger.
Maybe expand the left-hand page of the notes.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Well, maybe I'll start with B, just to begin with. You wrote beforehand, I take it. Present the history of SMA on RHVP. Do not use names, just say the city. What does that mean about not using names? Do you mean not using individuals' names?
Sorry, I missed, the picture was frozen for the last sentence or two sentences.
So the fourth line under 1B says, present the history of SMA on RHVP. Do not use names, just say the city. What's that referring to? Does it mean not mentioning the names of individuals? I think Dr. Uzrowski might have frozen.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh.
Dr. Uzrowski? He's frozen again, I think.
Where is is he in your offices, Ms. Roberts?
No, he's in Golder's offices. In-house counsel is there.
There he is. I think he's, oh no, he's not.
It appears it's going in and out.
Yeah.
Can you hear us now, Dr. Uzrowski?
I I can hear you. Yes, now I can hear you. Yes, and the picture is okay. I can hear you. So
Okay, it may be, I'm going to suggest that we try to proceed right now, but if it continues to be a problem, that maybe we should take an earlier lunch to make sure that we can resolve the issue and don't lose time as a result of it. That would be my suggestion. That makes sense, Commissioner?
I think that's good suggestion. Let's proceed and see how we do.
Okay. So if we could pull these back up, Registrar, the notes. Is Dr. Uzorowski frozen again? I believe he is. And is everyone having that issue with him? I'm not seeing a problem with anyone else. I just want to make sure that it's not at our end. I don't think it is.
We're having the same issue.
Yeah.
Okay.
We are as well.
Okay.
Okay.
Talk for an S2.
I'll message
I can see it now.
Okay, I'm going to try, but if it freezes again, Commissioner, I think I should just give him
Yeah,
the
well,
time.
if it freezes one more time, we'll take a break. Take our lunch break.
Okay, so Dr. Uzorowski, in your notes at 1B, it says present the history of SMA on RHVP. Do not use names, just say the city. What's that referring to? What's that?
Yeah, so I presented the brief history of placing and of using SMA on the Rift Valley Parkway, and I didn't use names of particular people involved. I just say the city.
Okay, and why is that? Why did you write that note, that reminder to yourself?
Because it was, I think that was what I discussed with Dr. Marr. That it was just a friendly exchange of information, just to let them know the history of this. So I didn't want to blame any particular person. If Mr. McGuire wanted to ask me, he could ask me. I had no problems with this. But at that point of time, there was just friendly exchange of information.
Right, but isn't a friendly exchange of information, would that not include indicating who the individuals were involved at the various time periods? So Mr. McGuire would have an appreciation of that and could ask questions accordingly?
Well, if he could, if he was interested, he could ask me. I had no problem, but there were so many people involved, like, Mr. Moore, Mr. Odie, Mr. Beck, other people. So at this point of time, I think discussed, and we said, okay, we will just say the city.
Okay. And do you recall in the conversation, did you hold to that? Only using the city and not using individual names? Do you recall? I believe Dr. Uzorowski has frozen again. So,
Okay.
Commissioner, can I suggest we then
Yeah.
take a break and see if
Let's take our lunch break now. We'll return at 2:00. And Ms. Roberts, if you and your office can communicate with Mr. Uzorowski's office, that would be appreciated.
Of course.
This can all be resolved by 2:00. Okay?
Perfect. Thank you.
Stand adjourned until that time. Thank you.
thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioner. I understand we have a better connection with Dr. Zarowski. May I proceed?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. Dr. Zarowski, when we left off, and it got a little jagged at the end there, I was asking you about your note, and if the registrar could pull it up the December 18, 2018 handwritten note. Yeah, both pages. That's great. Thank you. And the part about under 1B, do not name names, just say the city. And I asked you about that. Did you, in fact, keep individual names out of it during the meeting with Mr. McGuire?
I think later on, I think in one of the statements, I talk about Mr. Gary Moore.
Okay. And you recall in relation to what?
It was, sorry for interrupting you. Sorry, I'm sorry.
In relation to what issues?
I think it was when I delivered the hard copy on February, I think February the 7th, 2014, then he wasn't particularly happy with me emailing him the report a few days before. So I think that was the only part that I recall that I mentioned some names.
Okay, and so I see in F, item F near the bottom of the left-hand side there, it says 2013 hired Tradewind Scientific for skid testing, report early 2014. And then the first bullet is no email with report requested by the city. And then second bullet, hard copy delivered, discussed. So you did send an email with the report, of course, with the Golder report and the Tradewind report to Mr. Moore. I think it was January 31st, 2014. So can you tell us what this note is reflecting?
This particular note, so, you know, I just let Mr. McGuire know that in 2013, we hired Tradewind Scientific to do skid testing. And the report was delivered early 2014. And, you know, that no email was report requested by this. So this is like, you know, what I mentioned before, that Mr. Moore was not happy that I emailed him the report, and then hard copy was delivered at the beginning. So it was February February the 7th, 2014, and discussed.
Okay, sorry, are you saying that note, though, about no email with report requested by the city, is that a reference you're saying to the fact that Mr. Moore was not happy with it being emailed? Or are you saying there that it was not sent by an email?
No, your first statement, that he was not particularly happy with me emailing the report to him.
Okay. And so this is a note that you made before the meeting, is that correct?
Yes, it is. Yes.
Okay. And so why were you writing that in advance? What did you think the relevance of that point would be?
Because I wanted to make sure that I would not miss anything. It was like, in my opinion, that was significant that Mr. McGuire should know about this.
Well, had a question been raised with you about there not being a record of it having been sent?
I recall that I think early during that meeting, she showed me a copy of my report. So it wasn't only Tradewind, but a copy of Golder, this bulky 200 pages or something report with Tradewind Scientific attached, but the hard copy of our report.
Right, but you wrote this note, as I understood it, prior to the meeting.
Yes.
And so I'm asking if prior to the meeting, it had been raised with you, or you were aware that there was no record of the report having been emailed to Mr. Moore?
And no, I don't recall prior to. I think I was, pretty pleased that he showed me, Mr. Maguire showed me my report. And no, I don't think that I knew it prior to the meeting.
Okay. Why were you pleased that he showed you a report? Did you have some suspicion that it had not been shared?
No, because it was always, trade wind. But in my opinion, trade wind was only a part of that assignment. The important thing was the entire report where we provided our recommendations for the treatment or addressing the issue on the Red Hill Valley Parkway.
Right. I'm just coming back to the note from your discussion with Mr. Mahar from, I think it was December 10th that we discussed before lunch, where one of your notes was a question about whether or not you should share the report, and you indicated that you thought that referred to the Golder report itself. So again, I'm wondering if you had a concern, or if anyone had told you that it had not been that the Golder report had not previously been shared within the city.
I think it wasn't a concern about sharing, because I think I didn't know at that time, but it was, the intention was just to show Mr. Maguire what we did and what we recommended.
Item D in your note refers to use technologies for skid improve. I assume that means improvement. And then it goes on to list microsurfacing, shot blasting, skid abrading, blasting, blast tracking, and then other very expensive. What are these referring to? Are these about the methods of friction improvement that you had suggested?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Because it said used technologies, I'm just wondering if there was a different context.
No, this was used technologies that we recommended. That in the report there was only microsurfacing, but later on we recommended also other other treatments.
Okay. And then at the bottom of the left-hand note and with an arrow to the right, it says the skid hazard is still there with an exclamation mark. And then the arrow goes over to what appears to be the paragraph on the right-hand page. Is this something that you discussed or you told Mr. McGuire?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and does the arrow by the skid hazard is still there, is that intended to reference that paragraph J?
Yes, so basically I wanted to squeeze everything to 2 pages. There was no room at the bottom, so I put it on the previous page, but I put an arrow to talk about this after item J.
All right. And does the item J, does that indicate what you told him?
Yes, it is.
Now, if we could pull up, if we keep that up, or at least the left hand of the image, perhaps, or the whole thing's fine, and then pull up HAM 54182, which is the draft report that you brought to the meeting with you. We briefly talked about. And then if you go to the second image, right at the very bottom, or it says as discussed with the city, the very bottom paragraph there. it says, as discussed with the city, if there is a concern with frictional characteristics of the SMA surface course on the RHVP, an immediate effective solution would be to carry out blasting / skid abrading of areas of concern on, and then if you could go to the next page, Register, on the existing pavement surface. The treatment is quick and relatively low cost. It's wondering about the language when you say if there is, as discussed with the city, if there is a concern with the frictional characteristics of the SMA surface course. Why that language, the if? You did have a concern, did you not?
I think it was maybe not very fortunate language, but as I mentioned, I'm not a safety consultant, and it would require safety evaluation to say what the impact of particular factors is. And I didn't know about that when I was preparing this report. I didn't know about SEMA, so that was my concern that time.
Okay. In the meeting, though, you referred to, as per your notes, skid hazard, and yet in here it says if there is a concern. That just seemed to be a rather different emphasis. Would you agree?
Yes, I think it was a fortunate statement. I had some concerns about this skid numbers. I recommended treatment, particularly this interim that they could do right away. So obviously it was of my concern, and also at the same time it's like something like you can improve one factor quickly and at low cost. And so it was, the intention was just do this simple, apply the simple low-cost treatment to address one factor.
And then in the note on the top of the second page of the note, yeah, we can expand it. It says micro, blasting, no PSV. You know what that refers to?
So basically that would be like, extremely brief summary of my discussion with Mr. Gary Moore, applying a microsurfacing, or if cost is an issue, etc. So use blasting or skid abrading. And, I also say that no PSV, it means that the decision was not to repeat PSV testing in 2014.
Oh, so you're referring back to 2014 that you did not have PSV results at that time?
No. So it was like when we met with Mr. Moore on March the 7th, 2014. So we talk about my.
I think, just be clear, is that February 7th? I think it was February 7th.
Sorry, I thought, yeah, it was February. Sorry, if I made an error, I apologize. It was on February the 7th, 2014. I met with Mr. Gary Moore, and we talked about microsurfacing, blasting, and I asked him if he wanted us to do PSV, and the decision was no, don't do the PSV. Okay. It was already on the DSM.
Okay, thank you. And then in point G, if you could take that down, Registrar. Oh, actually, I guess it was already up there. I apologize. Yeah, thank you. Refers to LU contacting contractors, final decision dash no. What's that referring to?
At the end of 2015 and 2016, we talk about BAM, dips and bumps, and speed improvement recommendations, and that I contacted skid abrader and blast track. So these are contractors, and presented this to Mr. Moore, but his final decision was no. He was not interested in using this technology.
Okay.
And this report on dips that was added during the meeting. Report on dips, so the last part of item G, it was added during the meeting that Mr. Maguire requested it.
Oh, right, a report on that, which there had not been a report.
No. Initially, he thought it was a report, but we had only this email. No, we had only Excel spreadsheet and the map. So he requested this thing to be sent to him.
Okay. Okay, and then there's under I, there's a reference to PSV, texture, British pendulum number, and so forth, and then the meeting on March 9th. And then discussed HIR, results presented, considered inconclusive, no report. Explained by the city people that they cannot do shot blasting because this would show the public that there is a problem with RHV pavement - admitting guilt and getting the blame. Yes. Okay. And so what's that referring to? Is that what you've described previously about in the meetings earlier in 2018?
Yes, that was that 2000. I think it was March the 9th, 2018 meeting, and that was the part after Mr. Moore and Susan Jacob left, and that was our discussion. This is what the message that was conveyed to me.
And then on the next page of your note, you referred to it. If we go to that registrar. And I think this says, I was informed that the city is working with SEMA, safety aspects on RHVP, including speed, geometry, loading. I don't know if friction is included. I think you indicated that note was written during the meeting. Is that right?
It was during or just right after, but that was, I think it was probably during the meeting. Okay.
And is a reference to SEMA. And you've said previously that it was at this meeting with Mr. Maguire that was the first you were aware of it. Is that the case? This is the first you became aware of SEMA's involvement with respect to the Red Hill?
Yes, it is.
And what was Mr. Maguire's reaction to you had your agenda, you told him what you were going to tell him. Was he on receive for all of this, or did he have other than what you've already referred to, for example, requesting the report and then spreadsheets from the dips and bumps testing and so forth? Did he have anything to say in response at this point?
So I think he appreciated the meeting and that the information that I shared with him. He wasn't particularly happy that I talk about speed and volume. So at the end, he just almost, just made a clear impression to me that, speed and volume was none of my business, that there was other consultant taking care of this, and then, safety consultant who would take who would look at safety aspects on the Red Hill Valley Parkway. And he, so he told me about SEMA, but I don't think he showed me any reports. It was just, he told me that SEMA was taking care of safety aspects and collisions, including speed. So he didn't want me to talk about anything about speed or volume or this aspect.
And there is a reference in the draft report to that? Was there discussion about that at that time?
Yes, initially I included our concern with speed and volume of traffic. I don't know if any other aspects, but then we discussed this thing with our legal counsel, and we concluded the decision was, since it was included in the SEMA report, that I could remove it from the final version of the report.
Okay, and taking out any discussions with legal, was that at Mr. McGuire's request? There is some correspondence subsequently where he asked you to remove it.
No, it was after his request to remove it, but so he requested removal of these aspects. I discussed with our legal counsel, and since SEMA was doing this thing, that decision, okay, SEMA was covering this aspect, we can remove it from from our final report.
Okay. And is there anything else pertinent to that occurred during the call that we haven't discussed?
Well, there are certain aspects that I raised before. I don't know whether this is what you mean, but in the middle of, like towards the end of the conversation, there was some sort of interruption. This is what you want me to talk about?
Well, I want you to say anything pertinent, but that's one thing, sure.
Yeah, because it was supposed to be face-to-face meeting, and towards the end of the meeting, there was some interruption on the phone. I think my impression was that somebody stepped in someone's room and say, like, you know, there was some noise, like, you know, what's up or something like this. And Mr. McGuire was, I think, I don't know, not embarrassed, but, you know, stressed. So he started to reduce the volume in the phone. So I had, I don't know, like my personal impression that somebody listened to our conversation.
Okay, so if we could go to overview document 9, take that down, registrar. Images 220 and 221. You, this is paragraph 534 to 36. You emailed Mr. McGuire about the meeting and thanked him for the meeting, and then raised the concern that toward the end of the conversation, you reduced the volume on the stationary phone. This surprised me, as I thought we were the only people participating in the meeting. Could you please clarify if our conversation was recorded or if others were listening through the speakerphone? Is that what you were referring to?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And you can take that down, registrar, actually. I guess it's just 535, Mr. McGuire's response the same day. Says no, there was no recording or anyone else listening. During the meeting, there was a call in and I reached over to reduce the ringer volume. My office is secure and there was no intent to capture anything but the overall discussion via notes. And so was your impression about this is just based on what happened during the meeting, is that right?
Yes, this is what happened during the meeting and also my impression after the meeting.
What happened after the meeting that caused you to think that someone had been listening in?
Mr. McGuire walked me to the door and with, you know, a friendly atmosphere, and then there was a person passing and Mr. McGuire got very aggravated at him, unusual. And also I saw Mr. Moore walking from roughly where we met in other directions. So that was my concern, that somebody listened to our conversation.
Sorry, did you recognize the person that you perceived Mr. McGuire being angry at, who was passing by?
No, I didn't know that person.
Okay. And then you said you also saw Mr. Moore, Gary Moore, walking nearby.
Yes, he was walking from the location where roughly the meeting was to other location in the office.
All right. And just so I understand, it was because Mr. McGuire reduced the volume on the phone? Is that what it appeared to you that he was doing?
He was, I think, I don't know exactly what he was doing, but for me, it wasn't the ring. It was somebody stepped in, and that noise was not a ring.
Okay. So it's like you heard someone on the other end. Is that what you mean?
Yes, like somebody entered the room and said something. So I heard somebody on the other end.
Okay. And did anyone tell you at any point that the meeting was recorded or someone was listening in?
No, nobody told me.
Okay. And were you aware of any practice among staff in your experience of recording meetings or listening in on them surreptitiously?
No, I didn't. I think our agreement was clear.
Right. And did you accept Mr. McGuire's explanation?
I didn't respond, but I didn't agree with it.
You still believe that someone was listening in, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. You can take those down, Registrar. If we go to images 250 and 251. And is it paragraph 609? It's a long email from you to Ms. Rizvi, which you ask her to review, in which you indicate you intend to send to Dr. Skinner, Mr. Lenardi, and Dr. Mahar for their records. And can you describe what the purposes of writing this?
No, the purpose was because they knew Dr. Skinner, Mr. Lenardi, and Dr. Mahar, they knew about the meeting that I was supposed to have with Mr. McGuire. So I summarized the conversation and I wanted to send it to them just for the records.
Okay. So recounting of the meeting the prior month on December 18th?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I think that one thing that does not appear in there is what we were just discussing, which is the issue about someone potentially listening in. I don't see any reference to that in this email. Do you know why that is absent?
Oh, I didn't put this thing in writing, but I discussed this thing with Mr. Lenardi.
Well, I don't want to know what, if we're talking about a privileged conversation with legal counsel, I'm not asking you for that, but, and we know that you addressed it directly to Mr. McGuire, but aside from discussions that you have with Mr. Lenardi, is there a particular reason why you did not include that in here?
No, it's not. It was just a summary of facts, what was discussed during the meeting. So no, I didn't think it was necessary to include this thing in this.
All right. If we could go to images 215 and 216. And paragraph 527 reproduces Mr. McGuire's notes relating to the meeting. And there's one thing I wanted to ask you about, which is on image 216 on the right, Registrar, if you could, yeah, that's fine. Thank you. The sixth line from the bottom. Indicates forced to say this, semicolon, yeah, was told the city wouldn't want to admit there is an issue to address. Do you know what that refers to? And does that ring a bell as to what you described to Mr. McGuire?
Yes, it was like the city of Hamilton was my client, so it was not nice to me to say this, but I was maybe not the. I was forced to say what I was told. So I respected the client. It was a very good client, but I had to say what I was told.
Okay, and what you were told was what? I mean, he says wouldn't want to admit there is an issue to address. Does that go back again to the issue that you were discussing about that it would be admitting a problem if there was some friction improvement methods undertaken?
Yes, the city told me that they couldn't do anything because that would admit that there was a problem. They would get the blame, and they would get the blame for it.
We can take that down, Registrar. And there were a lot of communications between you and Mr. McGuire following the meeting. We already looked at a couple of them, following the meeting on December 18th. We're not going to look at all of them, but in general, could you describe your impressions of the tone and approach as those communications progressed?
I think the tone has changed, was more, I would say, maybe not the best word, like aggressive. So the tone has changed from what it was initially. Yeah. So that it has changed significantly.
Okay. And if we go to images 221 and 222. And so there's this is showing an email from you on December 21st, 2018, responding to Mr. McGuire's email on December 18th, which is earlier, but your response includes in red sort of embedded response to each of his questions. And essentially, without reading through it, but essentially, as I understand it, you're just answering his question saying there's no standard for skid number requirements in Ontario, that the British pendulum numbers from December 2017 aren't reliable, and you give them contact information for 3 companies for shot blasting or skid abrading to improve friction. Just as a summary, is that fair?
Yeah, it's fair. Also, there was some I think I don't know if in this particular email, Mr. McGuire. So in the previously you said that PSV was okay or sufficient. I say no, we didn't say sufficient. We say medium. So there was like this sort of convert. But overall, yes, this is correct. Your summary is correct.
So I think that's a subsequent email where you have that discussion. About that, and we'll come about the PSV.
Oh yeah,
that's in the subsequent email, so we'll come to that. Let's not jump ahead.
Oh, sorry.
But It's the third point I want to discuss at the top of 222. You indicate at the very top, maybe if you could expand the top paragraph there on 222. Thank you. That's fine.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. And this is when this is in response to his request for references for the use of the shot blasting method. You indicate, as discussed during our meeting on Tuesday and previously within the city, the concern about skid potential on the RHVP is still valid, and the city should consider how to address this. And I'm wondering about the use of the word should consider. Is that does that term should consider have a particular meaning in engineering consulting?
Yeah, that was my recommendation, that this is like, going back to previous recommendation of applying this interim treatments. So I, in my opinion, it should be considered.
It should be considered. Does it mean it's a recommendation that it should be done? I mean, should consider, the way you've just described it, means that you should think about it, I think. Or does it mean that it's something that is a recommendation that should be done?
It's for me, it's a delicate, but I would say should consider in the meaning for me was as a recommendation should be done.
Okay, thank you. And we go to overview document, same overview document, 244 and 245, those images. And I think this might be the one that you were referring to before about PSV. But this is on in paragraph 590, January 13, 2019. He responded to your December 21st, 2018 email. And there's a number of items. How did you interpret the overall approach of his email? And we can expand it if you like. You can do that, Registrar. Email at 590 at the bottom and the top of the next page. At the top, he says, thanks for the updates on the file, and I have a few more questions and updates for you. That's just a little bit cut off, I think.
My opinion was that it was becoming more aggressive.
A little bit more positional?
More positional, yes. So, and also something, like I mentioned, this PSV, maybe not here, but like twisting what we said, because yeah, that was the general impression.
Okay, and we'll come to the PSV thing in a second. In the middle paragraph, Mr. McGuire, it's the one with the red text. In your response below in point 3, you indicate that, quotes, the concern about skid potential on the RHVP is still valid and the city should consider how to address this. However, in the draft report on the bottom of page 2, you wrote that as discussed with the city, if there is a concern with the frictional characteristics of the SMA surface course on the RHVP, can you please provide clarity on these statements. So he's talking about that same thing that I asked you about if there is a concern. Did you later change the language in the final draft on that point?
Yes, in the final version of the report, we removed that sentence.
Okay. And in the second paragraph, it says both of the MTD and PSV elements are identified as adequate, and the city will require a framework to measure them against. Public Works is submitting a report to the PW committee in early in February and will require this information. Is that what you were talking about before, about the use of the term adequate for PSV?
Yes, because I don't know if this on the next email I corrected that. I didn't say it was adequate because for holding place recycling, I consider this thing not adequate.
Right. One moment. Just bear with me for one moment, if you would, please. Okay. And in the red line there, I'm just noticing this. He said, in your response below in point 3, you indicate that, quotes, the concern about skid potential on the RHVP is still valid and the city should consider, I know that's right, how to address this. Okay, no, I apologize. I thought it said something else. Move on. Okay, if we could go to images 267 and 268. So this is a response to Mr. McGuire's email from you on January 18th, responding to his January 13th email. And just to cover off what you were just speaking of, the first paragraph, if you could expand that, Registrar. This is about the PSV and the use of the term adequate. Is this what you were referring to?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And you indicate we did not state the PSV was identified as adequate, which you state below. We stated that the corrected PSV of the tested aggregates was 45. This value is considered to be average/medium. As discussed during the meeting, there is a concern that an aggregate with a PSV of 45 will not provide sufficient long-term frictional characteristics if the surface coarse asphalt mix is subjected to hot-in-place recycling. Now, you indicated that Mr. McGuire was becoming more aggressive, and I suggested the word positional, which you agreed with. Is it fair to say that this email is somewhat more forceful and positional than your previous emails?
Yes, because for instance, this statement that would put our recommendation upside down. We said no, it's not suitable. And now, if I said adequate, I would say, yeah, no problem. So it was, as you said, this is the position of being positional.
I'm not being critical. I'm just being observational.
Yeah. This is like that was my conclusion.
Okay, if you could take that down, Registrar, so we can see the whole part. And on that, you deal with a number of issues in there. But in the first paragraph, when you say that that the PSV of 45 is insufficient to maintain long-term frictional characteristics if HIR is used in referring to recycling the aggregates, would that not also apply to the existing surface?
Oh, this is like I am. You know, we recommended interim improvement. So obviously I know it is just this one element, one factor, one item, but for me it was very obvious. It's cheap, quick, do it and improve it. Will you solve everything? No, but you will improve this one particular thing.
Right. My question isn't really about why you didn't mention it here. That's not what I mean. I just asking substantively, is the same concern exist if there's a concern about whether you can maintain adequate frictional characteristics with the PSV of 45 in a recycled pavement? Am I correct that the same would apply to the non-recycled pavement?
In my opinion, recycled pavement would be long term. So let's say if I have 45 now, as I stated before, that was relatively low, but if I use the same aggregate as 45 today, it would not get better. It would only go down. So could only get worse. There are no miracles that it would suddenly come up. So it's not today. We'll be looking at 10, 15 or something years. It can only get worse.
But you're not going to get an improvement from it.
No, unless you do something like shot blasting or something in the future. But without anything, no, it will not go up. It will not improve.
Okay. If we go to 271, 272. Another long email from Mr. McGuire on January 20th, responding to yours that we just looked at from the 18th of January. And it runs on to the next page. And he refers, in the first paragraph, he refers to our conversation last week, which preceded your email of the 18th to him. Do you recall what that conversation was about? Or what you discussed? He just said,
no.
But he says, in that conversation, we agreed that providing a reference framework to your draft report was required to provide context to your findings. You recall that discussion?
If he says this, we must have had a probably telephone conversation, but I don't recall details of this.
Okay. And then in paragraph 4, and maybe you call it 4 and 5 registrar. Yeah. And here he indicates that what Golders has provided in this assignment is a series of measurements and your review of those results with recommendations based upon unknown standards. As a client, this does not meet our requirements of the assignment. And then he goes on to talk about the speed and traffic volumes being outdated and doesn't refer to the most current studies done by another consultant, which I think you had indicated before you understood to be SEMA at that point. With respect to the first paragraph there, what was your reaction to that statement?
My reaction was that probably Mr. McGuire anticipated that there was a clear standard for friction testing and friction requirements in Ontario, like OPSS or other standards. But so I think this is what he understood, but this thing doesn't exist in Ontario. So I I wasn't able to reference something that didn't exist.
And the next paragraph about the speed and traffic data. Had you been provided with any SEMA reports or work product by this point?
So what was not from the city? No.
Or anyone else directly from SEMA?
No, not from SEMA, not from the city.
And was it following this admonition from Mr. McGuire that you removed from the draft pavement evaluation report the references to traffic volume and speed?
Yes, I talked to our legal counsel, and then there was an agreement that, since SEMA is doing this thing, we can remove it.
You can take that down, Registrar. And then in the next paragraph, there are a series of reports being generated for committee and council on this matter. And it says, I have included a section on the 2017 Golders assignment and hope I can have sufficient details to be able to provide a complete context on the results. My report is due Monday to the GM, and I had expected your results with a framework to address the lack of reference standards. My report will include this element in discussion around the meaning of results. I read this as he's requesting that you provide a final report to him. Is that how you understood it at this point?
Yes, correct.
Okay. But there wasn't a final report. We'll look at it, but I think it's February 28th is the date of the final pavement evaluation report. Do you know what why the time lag?
It was, I discussed this thing with our senior management, so the report was going to our senior people for review, came back to me, and then again to them, and also to legal people. So this is why it took time.
Take that down, Registrar. If we go to, there's a note on January 29th, 19 of yours. If we go to RHV 933, image 45, please. No, that can't be right. One moment. So it'd be near the end, Registrar. I just seem to have wrong reference there.
I'm wondering whether it's the document that is shown as image 45, which appears right after the document styled image 73.
Possible. In the actual overview document?
No, in the notes. I thought you were going, if you're not going for the notes, then disregard my comment.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, in which document are you talking about?
In the notes, 7414.
Oh, in 7414.
I'm sorry, 7404 is what I have in front of me.
7404?
Yes.
One moment.
Yeah, it's 874.
It's 874 within image 874 within RHV 933. There we go. My apologies.
Yes.
So this is a January 29th. Oh, I see. It says image 45, right? That's from the original. Yeah. January 29th, there's a reference to Gord McGuire. Does this refer to a call or a meeting or something with Mr. McGuire? Do you know?
I think it was a telephone call. I don't recall another meeting on that day.
Okay. And what did you discuss with them? There's a reference to, we didn't put this material down 2016, 2017. You know what that refers to?
I think Mr. McGuire was only involved when I was dealing with him only in Red Hill Valley Parkway. So it would have to be Red Hill Valley Parkway, and the material, we didn't put this material down to the 6. So I think it was probably microsurfacing.
Okay.
No, I think not probably, likely, because I don't see any other.
Okay, but you don't have any specific recollection of it beyond the note?
No. But I believe that would likely be microsurface.
Okay, and then 3 sets of measurements. Do you know what that's talking about?
So those 3 sets of measurement, as the material will go. I think that would be 3 sets of measurement. I think it was like friction 2007, friction 2013, and friction 2017.
Okay.
Or other option would be what we did in 2017, but I don't recall the details. Which of the 2 it was.
Okay. And if we could go to overview document 10, images 125 and 126. And it's paragraph 321 on March 1st, 2019, you emailed Mr. McGuire attaching the final version of the report titled Evaluation of Pavement Surface and Aggregates, Red Hill Valley Parkway, City of Hamilton. And so this is the final version of the draft that you delivered to Mr. McGuire at the meeting on December 18th, 2018.
Yes, it is.
Okay. And you indicate about the British pendulum test results, the polished stone value being 45 and characterized as average medium, and the average texture depth generally considered to be good. There's no reference to the traffic volume and speed here. So this, you did in fact remove it as you described?
Yes, we did.
And if we go to image, actually, let's go to the report itself. If you could go to GOL 6612. It's dated February 28th, 2019. If we could go to image 2. And in the context of the British pendulum number discussions, in the last paragraph, maybe you could expand the last paragraph, please. So you refer to the British pendulum numbers and say while the average of 39 can be considered as good, the test results were variable. The values below 30 would be considered as low, and 6 of the readings were below 30, i.e. 20% of the locations tested. And then you go on to describe the why the test results are not reliable. What's the source of the number 30 as being the threshold between low and not low?
This value, I use this, I downloaded a paper. Initially I thought it was Virginia Tech paper, but I think later on, I think it was like presented at Virginia Tech. And that was a technical paper on British pendulum numbers, or British pendulum tester numbers in winter. And that included, this is why they included low temperature, snow, and de-icing chemicals. So the conclusion is that in that paper was that if it was, I think 39, it was okay, 30 was low for this winter conditions. So I based my opinion on that particular paper.
I see. And is that paper referenced in the report? Let me see.
I don't
I don't believe, if we could go to images 3 and 4. See the references.
and no, I don't think this is the paper is referenced, because I remember that initially I saved it under favorites. Later on, because it was in my old computer, I couldn't find the favorites, didn't work anymore. So I was looking for that paper, the original paper. I couldn't find it. I found a similar paper that gave similar values, but I know it was not the one that I originally used, but the values were similar. So I have a copy of that similar paper, but not the original one, because I know that I couldn't find the original one that I saved under favorites.
Okay, has that been produced to us? Do we know? Not sure that we have that.
Sorry, Council, the paper Dr. Uzrowski subsequently found has been produced in answer to what I will call undertakings.
That's okay. Thank you. And there I just note on the image at the left under references number 1, that's the Heaton, Emery, and Kamal paper that we discussed earlier that had the reference to the PSV value of 45, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so if we could go back to image 2. And the bottom paragraph, if you could expand that, please. And in the context of talking about the British pendulum numbers, in the 5th line, you indicate a detailed, reliable friction testing survey was carried out on the RHVP by Tradewin Scientific using a grip tester on November 20, 2013. The grip number values were variable and ranged from 27 to 54, and the average GN value in the eastbound direction was 34.5, and in the westbound direction, 37.5. And then you go on to say that the actual designation of pavement surface friction standards, such as minimum skid number SN, is not commonly practiced by any provincial, states, or local agencies in Canada, United States. And then you go on, and we'll look at it in a minute. You reference the TAC guide example, which is on the next page. Now, first thing is, am I correct that the error we talked about earlier about the lane direction and the grip numbers, that has carried through to here?
Eastbound.
I believe it has. We can,
Westbound direction was westbound. No, here I think here it's westbound. Westbound would be that way, so it would be southbound. It's 37.5, and eastbound would be the northbound. So it is corrected here. I think.
you have corrected it here?
It looks like, yeah, it is correct, sir. Because westbound would be the
Right.
southbound roughly, yes. So I think it is corrected here.
Okay. So does that mean that you had adverted to the error at some point during the prior to writing this? Do you recall how you came to realize that?
I corrected the error because yeah, I was in my initial report in my email and in 2014. Obviously, there was an error. So here I corrected. I probably look again at this thing. I realized what it should be.
One moment. May come back to that once I have a look at it. I don't want to do it on the fly. If we go to the next page, we see the table 1 criteria for identifying a low friction pavement surface. And we talked about this on the first day of your evidence last week in relation to the Golder report, right? And one of the sources by which you came up with the reference in the Golder report to FN 40, right?
Yes, it's correct. This is table 2.6 in the tag guide, yes.
Right, yeah. And do you know why in here you did not refer to the UK PMS guide and the scrim number? That those are the other sources of the FN 40 that you relied upon. Do you know why you didn't use those in here?
I when writing this thing, it was probably a better and more clear to. Also, it is still a Pennsylvania, but more clear to reference what was in that table. I don't have any particular weird. No, I don't have any particular recollection where I put this table. I think this table was delivering the right message of what it should be.
As I indicated, you referred to the trade wind testing as a detailed, reliable friction survey. That remain your view that it was a detailed, reliable friction testing survey?
Yes, it is.
And one thing I noticed, there's no reference in here to the results on the link from the trade wind report. Was there a reason for not including that and the comparison between the link and the Red Hill Valley Parkway results?
No, definitely there is no link here, and the focus was on the Red Hill Valley Parkway, so we didn't include the link. Yeah.
Right, but would that not be a relevant piece of information that the part of the same facility, albeit with a different pavement at a different time, had a very different result?
No, our focus was on the Red Hill Valley Parkway, and as I mentioned before, if they followed what we advised, the problem would be the issue would be solved. If they apply microsurfacing, it would be roughly the same. So no, but no, at this point of time, we just focus on the red heat valley only.
Did anyone ask you to not include the link results?
No, nobody.
And then below that table 1, if you could expand the text there, Registrar. There's a reference to being brought to seize a number of times and an immediate effective treatment to address a concern with frictional characteristics of the SMA surface course on their RHVP would be carry out shot blasting, skid abrading of areas of concern on the existing pavement surface. And now that is a different wording than in the December 2018 draft, where, as we discussed, it said, as discussed with the city, if there is a concern with frictional characteristics of the SMA surface course on the RHVP, an immediate effective solution would be to carry out shot blasting / skid abrading of the areas of concern on the existing pavement surface. Was this change brought about by the discussions with Mr. McGuire?
Yes, Mr. McGuire asked about this, and I talked to our senior management, and we decided, to remove that statement.
Well, and to change it.
No, to change it. Yes, to change it.
Okay. And then, so the last thing about that, it does say though that it's to address a concern with frictional characteristics of the SMA surface course, and that appears to be an unattributed concern still. And I mean, you did have a concern about it. So why that language? Why not express it as Golder's view?
Sorry, I don't. Are you talking about this particular paragraph, or?
Yeah, it says so. So I'll say it again. In the first 2 lines, it says an immediate effective treatment to address a concern with frictional characteristics of the SMA surface course on the RHB would be to carry out shot blasting, etc. And just wondering again about the wording. It's to address a concern. It sounds unattributed as opposed to being Golder's recommendation.
If we had a concern, it was, going back to 2013 about information from police. And then when Emilia was doing the testing, there were 3 accidents. And then we found out about that article. So obviously there was, still, and that, that one factor was still there. And particular in our opinion, that was particular for a thing, it was so easy to improve it. This one factor, it would definitely not harm. I'm not saying it's perfect because it's a short term, but it would help. It at least this one item would be addressed, would improve.
Thank you. You take that down, Registrar, and we could go to well, before going to anything, while this is all going on, you or Golder were also preparing a draft and then a final version of the HIR suitability study, right? This was all sort of on contemporaneously?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. And the draft, one was delivered, or was being prepared in December 2018. And then the final is provided if we go to overview document 10, image 127. Yes, 323. Mr. Beck on March 7th emails you writing, it's been a bit since our last discussion. I was hoping I could get an update on the report for the HIP works on the RHVP. Please provide me with an update when you can. And then on March 11th, you emailed them attaching a final copy of the HIR suitability study. And if we could pull that up, Golder GOL 6583.
Sorry, Council, did you say GOL 6483?
No, 6583. I may have said 6483, but I meant 6583.
Apologies, sorry.
Thank you. So this is a copy of the final HIR suitability study?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And just generally, what was your conclusion for the suitability study, the bottom line?
Overall conclusion was that, in theory, it's possible. But practically, it would be practically not. Practically, it would be expensive. Expensive, and it would require raising the elevation, etc. So our overall conclusion that besides being theoretically possible, that I also discussed this thing with British, with BC, etc. So in theory it was possible, but practically we didn't recommend this.
Okay, and I think if we go to image 10, registrar. You talk about, it's the middle 3 paragraphs beginning with this approach. If you could expand that, and the next 2 paragraphs after that, registrar. So the second paragraph on the page, yeah. First of all, there's a reference, and sort of see this throughout the materials, to the, and I always have trouble pronouncing it, beneficiating mix. That's the, that's what you're adding to it, right? To make it better, to put it in layperson's terms. Is that right?
Yes, I noticed that some notes was beneficiary. It's not beneficiary, it's beneficiating mix. This is the addition, extra mix that you add to improve the characteristics.
Right. Sorry, to improve the
characteristics of the final mix of the blend. Yes.
Right. And the non-recycled part of it, I guess, it's what you're adding to that, to what you're recycling.
Yes, that would have to be.
And is that what you were talking about?
Very complex. About
the depth? As I read the middle paragraph here, is it saying that you would, in order to do this, you would end up with an 80 millimeter top lift? Is that right? Because so much beneficiating mix would have to be added? Yeah,
at that time, I was involved in Thunder Bay in the just conventional hot in place recycling of conventional mix to conventional mix. So dense graded to dense graded, and we added about 25 to 35% of beneficiating mix. But here, if I wanted to add from gap graded to dense graded, then I did a lot of gradation analysis. We would need probably about, I think, 50% of beneficiating mix to meet the requirements of dense graded FC2 mix. Yeah, so that was roughly about 50% based on my analysis.
And I think is that what you're referring to though, that it would change the grade?
Yes, so I would change the grade from the gap graded mix, SMA, to bring it to be within the envelope for the FC2 super pay 12.5 FC2 mix.
Right. It says in the middle paragraph though that doing that, this would raise the existing surface grade by approximately 40 millimeters. So does that actually mean the surface of the road?
Yes. So because we would have to go down all the way through SMA because SMA was cracked. So, but then you would have to add an additional 50 meters. It was only initial. Later on, we could probably think about details. But at that point of time, we had to go all the way, all the depths in SMA, and then you would have to add another 50% of beneficiating mix. So it would drastically increase the volume.
Okay. And is the other part there to do with the aggregates? As I'm not reading this, I understand it as saying, well, if the PSV of the existing aggregates is 45, and so if you're going to bring it up to 50, you're going to need to add aggregates with a 55 PSV in order to achieve an overall PSV of 50. Is that what you're saying there?
This is what I read number of papers how blending of aggregates with different PSV works. There is not a perfect solution, but that was, at this point of time, I said, okay, if I have 45, if I add something much better, then I will have the blend of better and worse, so I can bring it to about 50 overall.
Right. And in the third line of the top paragraph in the expanded text here, it says, we understand that the desired PSV by the city would be 50. What is that from? Is that based on your recommendation, or is that something that someone at the city expressed to you as the city's desire?
No, I don't remember anybody from the city just bring this particular number to me, but it was for me, it was like DSM, minimum PSV for aggregate to be on the DSM list 50. So the final PSV of the blend would have to be at least 50.
That I get. It just it sort of expresses it as a wish of the city, and I'm just wondering if that was the case, or if this was actually just part of your recommendations based on the MTO's DSM requirements.
That was part of my recommendation based on DSM requirements, but I also said, the city would like to meet this requirement.
Okay.
Because 45 was not sufficient, so that would be.
If you could take that down, Registrar. And we know that the trade wind report was publicly disclosed on February 6, 2019, in a press release by the city attaching the trade wind report and a memo by SEMA dated February 4th, 2019. And did you have any involvement in or awareness of the SEMA February 4th, 2019 memo before it was made public?
No, I didn't.
Okay. And aside from delivering the final pavement evaluation report and the HIR suitability report that we've discussed, what was your involvement with city staff after the trade wind report and was made public on February 6th? Relating specifically to the Red Hill Valley Parkway.
To the Red Valley Parkway, Red Valley Parkway.
We know that
I
audit
think-
services,
yeah.
there was audit services. Was there,
Yeah.
which I want to talk about specifically, was there anything other than the audit services communications?
I think that Mr. Beck asked me for falling weight deflectometer results on the Red Valley Parkway. Because we did on the link and on the it would have to be on the Red Valley Parkway for the test FW testing that we did in 2013. I think he asked me for those FWD testing results.
Okay. I think, Commissioner, there's, I believe, just a couple of short topics that I need to finish off with Dr. Uzorowski about. It's 3:27. So I would suggest this would be a good time to stop for the day. I will not be more than half an hour tomorrow morning. I did indicate to council that it's possible I would move on. I may be shorter than that tomorrow. But as it is the end of the day, I don't want to put undue workload on Dr. Uzorowski at the end of the day. So,
Okay,
I wonder if we could have a breakout room for council.
good. Well, then we'll stand adjourned until 9:30 tomorrow morning. And council can participate in the breakout room. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good evening.
Thank you.